Minkä päällä lakukastike maistuu parhaalta? Ei voi tietää, ellei kokeile. Kouvolan lakritsi.
Hello, welcome to the ECL 24 Spring Top 4 1v1 Finals. My name is Brandon B. Major Bigsby, and joining me today, none other than my partner from the winter season. He's back with me yet again, Laurie Enstrom, better known as Sopoli. Sopoli, so glad to have you back in the booth with me again, man.
Yeah, feels like it wasn't even that long ago. I was here the last time when we had the ECL Winter 1v1 finals, so now we're back for the spring season's finals as well, and welcome to the viewers as well from my behalf. Let's have some fun games tonight.
Yeah, man, it should be a lot of fun as we have 4 guys vying for that championship spot. Now, keep in mind, all of these players have clinched their way into our overall ECL 1v1 final that we will have in not too long of time. But let's take a quick look at the bracket to see how each of our 4 competitors got there. And as you can see on your screen, is NikkeDangles versus Artuzio and Pikkarii versus Easychasniper2. And interestingly enough, Sopoli, Artuzio was the only one out of these 4 that even made the playoffs in last season's 1v1. NikkeDangles didn't play, Pikkarii and Easychasniper2 just missed out. So a lot of familiar names that weren't able to get in the first time, but have made it in this time and have had quite the run so far.
Yeah, and we also see a lot of upsets in these matchups in the quarterfinals and the round before that. So maybe that tells you that this year we have a pretty wide range of players that are able to be at the top level. So nice to see as well. We see the seeding. For example, Artuzio was only the 14th seed for the playoffs, and he's made it to the semifinals here tonight.
Yeah, and Artuzio, as we mentioned, the only player out of these 4 that participated in the winter season playoffs. Interestingly enough, he was the 15th seed that season as well. Won in the first round, just missed out of the semifinals, 2-1 series loss against the 1 seed Templeton. So Artuzio used to playing in that upset role. You also see a couple of players that will be in our ECL Elite 6v6 finals, and NikkeDangles and Pikkarii. Going to be interesting to see those 2 work as well. Let's take a quick look at the prize pool to see what these players will be fighting for. And as you can see, each of them have already secured 75 euros. The winner of each semifinals will secure 150 euros. And the winner of today's top 4 will go home with 300 euros. And then each of them going to be going into the grand finals with the rest of our participants from the winter portion of the season, all fighting for that number 1 7 euro prize pool that they can get. So in total, 1,000 euros that they could be able to get. Not a bad haul there, Sopoli, not at all.
Not bad, not bad. And even if, let's say, someone happened to finish 3rd or 4th tonight and not make the semifinals and the grand finals, you're still walking away with at least 150 euros. So getting this far in the tournament already means something, and of course every single matchup is gonna be just a little bit added to that.
Absolutely, every single matchup, each series, the best of 3, and let's take a quick look at our head-to-head here, our first head-to-head, as we will have Easychasniper2 going up against Pikkarii, and you can see so far the goal differential a little bit closer for Easychasniper2 in the regular season, while Pikkarii winning in slightly more dominant fashion, but in the playoffs, Sopoli, much, much closer, really not much at all separate these 2 players on their respective runs.
Yeah, and both guys sweeping their 2 previous rounds, so not a single loss taken by either of them in the playoffs so far. So let's see who is going to have that streak end here first.
Yeah, and for Pikkarii, a guy that has plenty of experience on the 1v1 side, someone that is also experienced on the 6v6 side. He's the center for Tunnel Vision. As we mentioned, we'll be seeing plenty of him this week, with our final being Friday and Saturday on the 6's side. But we will also get to hear from him here in just a few moments, so we'll get that set up as soon as we have it. But he's a guy that really is going to try to step up here and make something happen because Pikkarii, he's become one of those top end 1v1 players, now makes his way into this tournament top four. Someone to really look out for that I think a lot of people were not surprised to see make it into this top four.
Yeah, not a surprise at all in my opinion either. And actually, I believe he won the ECL 23 spring season, so he's gonna try to repeat that from a year ago, and he's 100% one of the fastest mechanical players to play this game. Let's see if Easychasniper is able to counter that today. He's also a very skilled player in my opinion, so let's see if he's able to keep up against Pikkarii.
And it looks like we have Pikkarii with us now as we get that all set up. And you mentioned it, the guy that won it in the spring season last year and someone that could be one of the better mechanical players in the game. I think you have a couple of those guys here. With you think of a guy like NikkeDangles on the other side of this bracket in the semifinals, someone that is very mechanically skilled and really just knows his way, not just in terms of the IQ and the awareness, but on the sticks, being able to move and contort his player in certain ways to give him that little bit of extra advantage with the puck on his stick.
Yeah, 100%. I would count those two as probably the top two in Europe right now in terms of that style of play. So really fast puck movement, really fast hands, the ability to make some plays that other people just don't necessarily even know are possible in the game. So very interested to see if they're able to pull it off here in the semis and or the finals if they make it there.
Yeah, possible finals, but Pikkarii gonna have to take care of Easychasniper first, as you mentioned, someone that has really stepped this game up in the playoffs compared to the regular season. And we have Pikkarii with us right now. And Pikkarii, can you hear us loud and clear, my friend? Pikkarii, you able to hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Hey, how you doing, man? Thank you so much for taking a few moments to join us here before the game start.
Yeah, no problem, man.
Yeah, so you come in with this matchup against Easychasniper, someone that is maybe slightly newer on this top end of the community. You've been here plenty of times before on this big stage on the 1v1 side. Do you feel like some of that experience could help you here today?
Yeah, of course. That's a big strength going into this matchup. Easy is a young guy, very talented, but I think experience-wise, I'm ahead of him.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm not sure if you've been listening in on the broadcast, but we were just talking about your ability mechanically on the game to be able to create plays offensively. In your opinion, is that the biggest strength of your game, or do you feel like it is more of the IQ and being able to read the plays and the situations?
I think that's still my biggest strength, but I think nowadays I play more with IQ and less than mechanics. But I'm still very best players with the mechanics. That's my biggest strength.
Yeah, I'm not sure how often you've played against Easychasniper, but I gotta ask you, what has maybe some of the preparation looked like coming into this, knowing that you do have your spot in that top 8 locked in, but do still want to make it all the way to that finals and win a few more Euros for yourself?
Yeah, we played with Ease in the group stage in this tournament. I won him like 6-1. I noticed he is very good offensively, but defensively he has some room to improve. So I think that's his game.
Pikkarii, last question for you. Don't want to take up too much of your time. What do you feel like is going to be the biggest factor for you to take home this series win today?
I think my great offense, great defense, and I have a great form at the moment. So let's trust it.
Well, hey, we'll see if you can get the job done, my friend. Thank you so much for taking a few moments, and best of luck to you in the series.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
All right, big thank you to Pikkarii, and Sopely, you heard him mention it there that, he's had to kind of rely a little bit more on the IQ, but at the same time, still does have plenty of that mechanical ability, and something that he mentioned too, a little bit more experience, maybe a little bit better than Easy Shot on the defensive end, so a couple of interesting tidbits there to look out for. A great interview from Pikkarii.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things where he probably has kind of like maxed out his mechanical skills even a couple of years ago. So now he's really trying to step up the other aspects of his game so he can be more of a complete all-around player. And I think, I mean, at the moment he went to the top 4 finals in the Finnish championships as well. And now he's back in another tournament in semifinals. So he's definitely been doing that lately. So let's see if he's able to keep it up in the games.
Yeah, you heard him mention, him and Easychasniper played in the regular season. That's the only game that Sniper has lost all season long, regulation or overtime. So, he probably remembers that. Maybe a little bit of a feather in the cap of Pikkarii there. We're actually going to get a word here from Easychasniper in just a few moments as well as we bring him in. But it's going to be interesting to maybe see some of the adjustments. Always so fun when two guys have met previously to see how things change from that first game, especially since it was such a wide margin, 6-1 in favor of Pikkarii.
Yeah, very interesting. As Pikkarii lost 2 other games in the group stage, so it's gonna be interesting to see if Easychasniper is just somehow like a little bit easier for him as a matchup. Maybe, I don't know. It's tough to tell, but I guess we'll see. We'll see when the games start.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting because as we heard Pikkarii said, if there's anything that maybe Easychasniper could improve on, in his opinion, it would be that defense. And that was interesting to hear because, again, Pikkarii did have 6 goals for in that game that they played. So interesting to hear him. But we'll hear what Easychasniper has to say as we are bringing him in as we speak right now, as we get that pulled up. And we'll, we'll get that pulled up. But that is going to be interesting, Sopoli, to kind of see that defensive aspect of it, considering that was something that Pikkarii mentioned.
Yeah, it's gonna play a huge part today, and I feel like especially when the group stage is over, the big games start. This tournament goes from a 0 to 100 basically. It goes from the group stage all like directly into best of 3 playoffs with single elimination format. So you really don't have any like room to mess around in these games. So the defense is gonna be extremely important in every single match because every single game is just super important. You don't want to lose a single one for free.
Yeah, I think that's just such a great point. Just that so limited room for error, especially when you do get to these playoffs, because you lose one game and all of a sudden the rest of the series is an elimination game for you. It only takes 2 wins to win a series in that best of 3 format. So not a lot of time to mess around, not a lot of time to mess up. Really have to be locked in and on your game from that very start. As I believe we may have Easychasniper in here now. Okay, so we don't have him in just yet, so we will get that as soon as we do have it for you. But Sopli, I have to ask you, as someone that is an experienced player, you mentioned how quickly you have to be locked in, that minimal room for error. What is something that has always helped you, knowing that you are not just battling your opponent, but you also are battling that game of mistakes? You know that you have that limited room for error.
Yeah, I feel like for me it's mostly about actually like forgetting about the fact that the games are important, if you will. Because if you just think about it in that way, if you think about the games as being like somehow like you're not allowed to make one mistake, then that usually just leads you to not be at your best because you can't really like feel the flow of the game or anything like that. So I feel like both of these guys might be a little bit similar to me in that if they might have like a little bit of a rough start, it might be very difficult for them to like mentally get back into their like best gameplay mood, if you will. So that's gonna play a huge part if they're just gonna be able to get their game going.
We'll see if they can do this. Now we do have Easychasniper with us. As Easychas, thank you so much for taking a few moments to join us here before the games tonight. Congratulations for making it here.
Yeah, thanks. Nice to be here.
Yeah, man, absolutely. So you weren't able to make the playoffs in the winter season, just barely missed out by a point or two, but you have been on just quite a run so far in this season, making it into the semifinals. You've really stepped up your game in the playoffs. What do you feel like has been a key to your success so far, man?
Maybe I have get my offense going really good and maybe defense well, and my counterattacks have been amazing, I would say.
Absolutely. For some players or some people watching that maybe haven't seen you play before, aren't as familiar with you and your game, what, in your opinion, would you consider your biggest strength to look out for, and maybe something you also want to improve on?
Maybe my biggest strength is my counterattacks. I think that I am good at them, and I am not really good at defense, so need to be ready today because Pikkarii is really good at offense players. So yeah.
You mentioned Pikkarii. I know you did get to play against them once in the regular season, lost that game 6-1, but is there anything from that game that you remember that you think you can maybe improve on, or that will help you coming into this one, since you are a little bit more familiar with him now compared to what you were then?
Just be ready for his like glitch stuff and something like that. He know like every glitch goal in this game, so need to be ready for that and get better at the offense plays. And yeah.
Sniper, last question for you. Don't want to take up too much of your time. In your opinion, what will be the biggest key or biggest factor for you to have success and win this series here today?
Just that I get my defense going well and maybe some good offense plays and defense all game. Yeah, some time on attack also.
Well, hey, you've been great so far, my man, so we'll see if you can get it done here in the semifinals. Sniper, thank you so much once again for taking a few moments, and best of luck to you in the series, man.
Yeah, thanks.
All right, a big thank you to both Pikkarii and Easychasniper2 for taking a few moments before we get the puck dropped here tonight. And Sopley, you kind of heard him say, he even mentioned that his defense a bit of a weakness, but his counterattacking something that is very strong, and that's going to be a massive, massive key, because we know how quickly the game can change with just one mistake that turns into that offensive chance on the other end.
Yeah, and actually, like, now that I think about it, this is going to be a very interesting day, because I feel like all four of these guys that are playing tonight have that capability of being extremely deadly on the counterattacks. NikkeDangles and Artuzio in the other matchup, extremely good at that, as well as these two guys right here in the first round. So, gonna be very interested to see if these games just become counterattacking like crazy, just coast to coast hockey, or are they actually able to lock it down defensively as well?
Definitely make for an entertaining series to watch, because you know how high flying and high octane those games can be. And, you know, it's kind of interesting because it feels like strength versus strength, but also strength versus weakness in this series at the same time. Because as you mentioned, both of these guys, all four of these players that have made it to this point, so good at the counterattack. But then again, at the same time, Pikkarii so good mechanically, offensively. Easychasniper2 trying to develop still a little bit defensively as a newer player, as a younger player, a guy that is only 16. So, you know, it's kind of interesting some of the things that you have to weigh and keep in mind coming into a series of this magnitude, knowing what is on the line.
Yeah, 100%. I feel like also in these sort of situations, someone like Pikkarii really doesn't want to start playing in that counter-attacking way, because that kind of plays into the hand of Easychasniper2. Maybe, I might be wrong about that, maybe Pikkarii does it even better than him, but I have a gut feeling Pikkarii really wants to lock this game down and then just be able to grind his way to score a couple of goals and be good enough defensively to just not let Easychasniper2 get any easy goals on the board.
We'll see if he can do it. He's chosen the Colorado Avalanche. Well, on the side of Pikkarii, he's going to go with the Vegas Golden Knights as we are underway. And Pikkarii controls possession here as he's trying to look to move it into the offensive zone after that quick turnover. Puck was loose, found his way over to Easychasniper2, and there's that chance for the counterattack that he talked about, something that he feels like is the biggest strength of his game. Not able to do much with that one, however, as Pikkarii forces the turnover, but loses it almost immediately.
Yeah, not a huge surprise with the Colorado Avalanche as the team choice. A couple of insanely fast guys on that team with McKinnon and McCarr, and all around the offense of that team is just absolutely great. But on defense, the team choice might be a little bit of an issue. On the other hand, Vegas for Pikkarii is pretty much the opposite. A very well-rounded team, as there's going to be a penalty on this play for Easychasniper, and Pikkarii is going to go to work on the power play soon.
Yeah, and you know, you mentioned that team selection, and that is something that does play a part. How do the two teams match up with each other? Vegas may be a little bit more well-rounded in terms of the front and the back end compared to Colorado, but Colorado, with such speed, maybe it plays into the hand of Easychasniper's play style a little bit better, but we'll have to see if he can kill things off on the penalties. So far, so good. He won the defensive zone faceoff, got it out, and already a quarter of that power play killed off for Pikkarii. Pikkarii moves it in the offensive zone and has it right now. Neither have gotten a shot on net so far, over 5 minutes into this game. Pikkarii looking for his first one, playing the patient game so far, trying to find an opening. Great defense so far from Easychasniper as Pikkarii goes behind the net, tried to reverse it over at the left post. Nothing there, and here comes Easychasniper on that counterattack that he mentioned. Behind the net, controls it. Trying to find something, lost it, but the big objective was done and done well. He killed off a lot of that power play time, and it's back to even strength. It's a shot on, blocked in front as Pikkarii tried to go on the other end. Puck was behind the net and found by Easychasniper. A great penalty kill there. Nice defense as well. Didn't allow Pikkarii to have too much, and here he comes on the other end as Easychasniper has it. Over in the corner board. Goes down low behind the net. Both players trying to find that pass in front. It's not been there so far, but they have been plenty content with just holding on that puck, waiting for that opening to pounce. Versus it up to the point.
So far we see this style of trying to cycle it around us. Here he almost has the chance to feed it in front, but that doesn't go. But both players so far started this game without too much of that coast-to-coast hockey, but here is Sniper with his first goal.
And that is how quickly it can happen, Sopely. You saw it right there. As you saw both players just trying to be patient, waiting for that perfect opportunity, but it's Easychasniper who strikes first there on that cross-crease play as you get another look at the replay there.
A couple of good cross creases, and Pikkarii isn't able to switch to the correct defender in there, so that's gonna be a goal pretty much 100% of the time in this game if you get that pass across and he doesn't make a mistake.
Easychasniper strikes first, a 1-0 lead for him. Exactly the start that I think he would want to have, considering that he lost against Pikkarii in the regular season 6-1, and knowing that he is the newer player really in these situations, to have that early lead has to give you that jolt of confidence compared to playing down and trying to figure out how to climb your way back into this thing.
Yeah, that's actually a massive point you made there. This lead for Easychasniper is much more important than it would have been for Pikkarii, but at the same time, going down would have been very bad for Easychasniper in my opinion, as he scores with Landeskog, a little backhander to the short side corner.
Yeah, how about that? A little sweeping backhand move from Gabriel Landeskog. That's a shot that looked like it would have been rather harmless. Pikkarii did a good job of taking away the passing lane. Thought he took away the shooting lane pretty well there also. That's probably a save he would have liked to have seen his goaltender make, but nevertheless, Easychasniper couldn't have dreamed up a better start. A 2-0 lead, both off of quick opportunities that you really wouldn't have expected to go in the back of the net.
Yeah, kind of a surprising start here, as Pikkarii had the early power play, wasn't able to score, and now 2 goals back-to-back for Easychasniper, and he's got a great start to this series. And remember, it's a best of 3, so one game's importance is massive here.
Yeah, that game 1 is so huge, really, for the next 2 games in the series, because and here's a breakaway here for Pikkarii, looking for a response, put a deke on, not sure if he meant to do that, but had a lot of space, lost it there with that extra move, doesn't get a shot on net. That is a huge play and a potential miscue there for Pikkarii in a game he's already down by 2.
Yeah, I'm not so sure either if he tried to do that exact dig, a little off the skate that doesn't go anywhere, but here he comes back again. That one's gonna be intercepted though, and the other way we have a breakaway.
Counterattack for Easychasniper. Backhand save made by Robin Leonard. That's a big one there for Pikkarii. 3-0 would have been a massive hill to climb. But he gets the big save on that counterattack, and that will do it for period one. Easychasniper with a beautiful start, but a massive momentum play there to end the period on the save for Pikkarii.
Yeah, a massive save by Leonard there, and to be honest, Easychasniper has been like getting very good opportunities, so can't even say that it's a lucky lead. It could be even 3. Pikkarii also missed the breakaway, so maybe this 2-goal lead is the exact amount that was deserved here. Let's see if Pikkarii is able to start his own attack here.
Yeah, and you know, something you mentioned it, impressive for Easychasniper considering that once again, he lost to Pikkarii in the regular season, as that was a great chance for Pikkarii. Probably his best so far, but it hit the side of the net on the cross crease. But, you know, again, Easychasniper coming in as the less experienced player, a guy that has even said himself he has to improve a little bit defensively. So far, he's looked right at home, he's looked good defensively, and those counterattacks he's mentioned, they've worked well for him as well. So everything clicking so far for Easychasniper. I want to ask you though, what do you feel like Pikkarii needs to do to get himself back into this game?
Yeah, I feel like Pikkarii hasn't even been able to like start cracking the defense of Easychasniper just yet, as Easychasniper is just being patient enough, doesn't overcommit in any situations, and so far the defense has been working. So Pikkarii, I guess he has to go into that bag of tricks he has. He does have the capability of coming up with something you've never really even seen before. So let's see if something like that is gonna be the play here.
Saw a little bit of that there as he broke it into the offensive zone. He controls it right now behind the net. Pikkarii looking for something. He's been trying to find that pass in the middle. It has not been there for either player really so far. Both have been solid defensively as that puck. It bounces way in the neutral zone and forces a reset. A little bit of a forecheck there for Easychasniper. Almost created a turnover, but Pikkarii avoids it.
And on Pikkarii's offense, it's also important to look for all those situations where he gets like near the goal. Even behind the net, he might be dangerous. He does have a huge repertoire of like glitch goals, as Easychasniper put it in the interview. And you just really gotta be careful. You don't want to give him any chances, even with sharp angles, as Easychasniper has his third.
And a quick one at that is Easychasniper going in on the opposite end after creating the turnover, creates the play, gets the cross crease. And how about this? The kid with the 3-0 lead here in game one. Still a lot of time left, but that is a great start for him considering all the factors that we talked about coming into this game.
100%. It's like the dream start, basically. This could not have started better, the first game for Easychasniper, and hopefully for him, he's able to keep this lead, because if Pikkarii gets one, I feel like that might get a little bit nervous.
Here comes Easychasniper on the other end. He tried to get that pass off to the right boards, but could not do so in time. Puck's turned over and found by Pikkarii, who's going to have to try to get that next goal here. If he doesn't, it could be a world of trouble here for him in game one. Still a lot of the series to play, but last thing you want to do is have that momentum completely turned against you. You don't want to let it snowball the rest of the series. Pikkarii still trying to find his game offensively, and here is an odd man rush for Easychasniper. Nice defensive play there made by Pikkarii to force the turnover. 3-on-1, all for naught there.
Yeah, another big counter-attack with numbers as well, and Pikkarii has to be able to stop those from happening. Of course, he in this game has to start taking a little bit of risk, as he is down by 3 goals. But for the future, he cannot be letting that many counterattacks.
He's moving in the offensive zone, shot on one wide, but still controlled by Pikkarii. Nice quick passing, one of the cleanest possessions we've seen from him so far in terms of the puck movement. Pikkarii trying to work it, poke checked away. Nice defense there from Easychasniper. Showing it off a little bit there as here he comes countering on the other end. Has Lekkonen with the puck pass across, save made by Robin Leonard. Easychasniper still pushing, another shot, blocked in front, another shot, save made again. Easychasniper starting to push the issue a little bit. Pikkarii trying to get it out, and he finally does with Jack Eichel. Pikkarii,
another massive save there. We saw another huge save by Leonard, and gotta say, Easychasniper has been creating so many quality opportunities off those quick attacks, and at the moment, it does seem like Pikkarii is maybe trying to do even a little bit too much, as he does get a good opportunity there, turned aside by the goalie, but so far, I feel like Easychasniper has been able to convert counterattacks to scoring chances a lot more effectively.
Yeah, and it feels like the willingness just to shoot the puck as well. Easychasniper, whenever he has that lane, he's putting that puck on net. Pikkarii may be looking for too perfect of a play. A couple of times where he has a shooting lane and opts to try to pass it, and it's just not been there for him so far. As 3 seconds remaining, Pikkarii just going to move that all the way to the opposite end. They will not call an icing. I'll do it for period 2, but Sopley, I would love to know kind of what you think about that, because that feels like that has been a difference between the two, and it doesn't show too much in the overall shots, but you see it in the shots compared to the time on attack for both players.
Yeah, exactly. Only a shot per 2 minutes of time on attack, if my quick maths are correct on that. That is just not enough for Pikkarii right now. He has to be able to create something a little bit quicker than having the puck for 2 minutes in the offensive zone.
Trying to right now as he works it around, but it's poke checked away by Easychasniper. His defense has been impressive so far, maybe surprising some, including Pikkarii on the other end, as Pikkarii does get it back. It's in the offensive zone with Shea Theodore, had it for a second, but bumped off, found it to Jack Eichel, however, at the left side. Pikkarii trying to find a passing option, poke checked away, still nothing for him. As here comes Easychasniper, potential breakaway, nice move, and he scores! Nathan McKinnon, a beautiful move from Easychasniper, and it's a commanding 4-0 lead in game number 1 for him.
Textbook. I would say that is the textbook example of how to play this sort of counter-attacking hockey. A perfect play defensively. He's able to bump Pikkarii off the puck, and then just a quick counter-attack and a beautiful little backskate into the middle and a goal.
Dire straits now for Pikkarii, down 4, and now the time is going to start dwindling rather quickly for him. 15:55 to play in the third. He needs 4 goals just to extend this game, and you just feel like now he's going to have to start throwing everything he can at Pikkarii, or excuse me, at Easychasniper offensively.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen crazier things, but so far from this game's how this game has gone, Easychasniper has looked really solid defensively, and at this moment it looks almost impossible to see how Pikkarii would be able to climb back from this.
Chance, a quick pass over to Stevenson, but a better save made there for Easychasniper. The goaltending has been solid on both sides for the most part, but Easychasniper has been able to find his way past it a few times. A 4-0 lead at the 13-minute mark, and another cross crease, and another goal. It's Logan O'Connor this time. A 5-0 game, and folks, if you had this on your bingo card, you might want to show it to me. I don't think many people expected this one to go this way.
Yeah, this was a massive surprise for me as well, how easily Easychasniper has been able to counter Pikkarii's gameplay, and so far, just super impressive by the young guy.
Yeah, the kid looking good so far, and man, he looks right at home. He looks right at home right now against Pikkarii, and he's just the way he's playing, the way he is adjusted, and you just kind of look at it, he looks like he's been on the stage for years, and a beautiful move from Pikkarii, a backhand off of the spinorama, just could not break it past, and it's been that type of game for Pikkarii. Even when he does break out the moves, even when he does get that good opportunity, something has been in his way to stop him.
Yeah, I believe it was another example of just great defense. I think Easychasniper was just able to move his defender to block that shot, and that's kind of has been the theme of this game so far.
Absolutely, as Easychasniper looks well on his way to taking home a Game 1 victory, which So hopefully, as you mentioned earlier, a massive game to take, as you do have 2 chances to win the series in those next games, as he controls it now in the offensive zone behind the net, and wisely just trying to kill off that time, playing the possession game, not wanting to turn it over. You see he controls a shot on net. Save made there by Robin Leonard. As another shot on a cross crease, another save as Pikkarii finally gets it out. Here he comes on the counterattack on the other end. Trying to work past the defender. Shot on, and he scores! And you met Easychasniper2, you mentioned earlier, Sopely kind of talked about just his glitch goals, so to speak. That's one that you often see a lot of players utilize. Is not only did he score it, but he scored it on not the most ideal of connection there, as you saw on the screen.
Yeah, this looks like there is some sort of connection issue happening right now in the games, but sometimes that happens. It's not a good sight, but sometimes this happens. I'm not sure if this has been happening all game, or is this just happened in the last minute or so, but yeah, hopefully they're able to finish this one out without too many of those lag spikes.
Yeah, just 421 the play here in this third. Is that was a good shot there from Pikkarii, and that's a little bit more of what you've kind of been hoping to see. It's the first time we've really seen him rip that shot on from afar. He's tried to kind of work it around the corner boards, work it around behind the net, and the pass for a shot has just not really been there for him. But one time he's able to go in and get a shot on the other end, he puts it in the back of the net, gets his first goal of the game, cuts that lead down from 5 to 4. Obviously going to take a miracle more than likely to come back and win this game, but I've seen someone come back from a 5-goal deficit on aggregate in one period, so, you know, crazier things have happened.
Yeah, crazier things have happened, but I'm not seeing that happening here. Looks like Pikkarii has possibly lost a little bit of morale due to all that lag spikes we had just a moment ago, but let's see if he is able to score another one here as he takes a shot on goal that doesn't just go in.
And he has it in the neutral zone right now, just 2.5 to play here in period 3. Easychasniper2 looking on his way to a game 1 victory, but Pikkarii wanting to try to get himself some momentum for game 2, a game 2 that will be an elimination game for him now as he holds it in the left corner board. Just didn't really have anything there. He's bumped off of that puck as it does look like he might be struggling a little bit with that connection, as well just with the morale of how this game is going. You can kind of see the frustration a little bit in the way he's playing.
Yeah, 100%. I feel like we are starting to, and there it is. Game 1 in the books. We can start looking forward to game 2 of this series. As Easychasniper2, up until that point, before the very end, looked like he was able to play very convincing on defense as well as on those counterattacks. Takes a solid game 1 victory over Pikkarii.
So give Easychasniper2 a lot of credit. He did all the things he needed to do. He capitalized on the counterattack. He played great defense in his own zone. He was able to create opportunities even when he wasn't on the counterattack in the offensive zone. Now the question is, can he do that again? It's one thing to do it for one game, that's great, but can he do this at least one more time to clinch his spot into the finals? And on the opposite side for Pikkarii, you heard him say during the interview earlier he felt like his experience would help him. Easychasniper2, a newer player, hasn't been in this moment before. Pikkarii has played on these big stages. This is where I feel like he has to really rely on that experience. When you do face a little bit of adversity, you're down the series, frustrating game 1, how do you turn the page and not let the result of that first game get to you here in game number 2 where you have to win it?
It's a difficult situation. It for real is. You take that loss in game 1, maybe things didn't go the way you wanted them to go. So it's gonna be interesting to see if he is able to flip a switch in his head to be able to regroup for that game 2. As you said, he has to win this next game, so he does not have any time to just think about what happened in game 1. He has to start attacking game 2 with the idea of winning that one.
We'll see if he can make the adjustments as Easychasniper2 takes a 1-0 series lead, a 5-1 victory in game number 1. Not an upset necessarily, but definitely not the way we expected that one to go. Pretty much dominating that game from start to finish. He now has just one more win to go until he clinches his place into the finals. We're going to take a short break as they get things set up. Do not go away, my friends. Game number 2 of this series right after the break.
Minkä päällä lakukastike maistuu parhaalta? Ei voi tietää, ellei kokeile. Kouvolan lakritsi. Minkä päällä lakukastike maistuu parhaalta? Ei voi tietää, ellei kokeile. Kouvolan lakritsi.
All right, back and ready to go. Looks like the connection issues have been figured out, and we are underway for game number 2 as Easychasniper2 looks to finish off the series after a 5-1 victory in game 1, and he is off to a blazing start. A quick shot on net and a quick chance as Pikkarii looking like he's going to switch the teams, going from Vegas to Carolina this time around, so maybe seeing some things in the matchups, making him wanting to change teams. A little interesting note there to see.
Yeah, I think he might want to switch to a little bit more of a faster paced team, maybe to counter the super fast guys on Avs. And Natchez with the first goal of the game. This is huge for Pikkarii in terms of this whole series.
Exactly what Pikkarii needed right there, and just look at that puck movement there on the cycle to create that chance. That's what Pikkarii had been looking for throughout that game 1, and it never really been there. He creates it quickly here in game number 2, just 3.5 minutes in, not even 4 minutes in, and he finds that goal to take the early lead. He may not be done, as he has it in the offensive zone right now with Sebastian Aho. Trying to find his way to some space, gives it back down low to Natchez. Back up front over to Gensel, and Pikkarii's starting to cook here a little bit. This is not what Easychasniper2 wanted to see. He could maybe use a quick goal here in response.
Yeah, starting to cook, exactly. I feel like Pikkarii decided before this game started that he is not losing this one. He's come in with massive energy.
You can see him on the bottom right of your screen. He is locked in. You can see the eye movement too. Something is always very interesting to kind of see when those face cams are on, is looking at the eyes of the players, seeing how they move, reading the play, seeing everything that's unfolding and reacting based on that. As Pikkarii turns that one over, and Easychasniper2 goes in on the other end. Didn't keep it for long, however, as Pikkarii doing a lot of the things that he wasn't able to do in game 1, limiting the counterattack early so far, creating some offense on the other end. Just like how Easychasniper2 had a dream start in game 1, this feels like a dream start for Pikkarii so far in game 2, but can he sustain it? As Easychasniper2 on the other end, a quick little backhand shot, easy save made. Now Pikkarii rushes down the other side of the ice with Timo Teravainen, a shot on, quick save, and again, Pikkarii doing the things he wasn't doing in game 1. He didn't take that shot in game number 1, he takes it here in game 2, gets a decent chance off of it.
Yeah, it's actually interesting. It looks like Pikkarii has taken a little bit more of a straightforward approach to this game. As last game, maybe he was trying to find the perfect play a little bit too much. Now he's started taking his chances a little bit more, and it seems to be working so far.
Quick chance! Almost found a second goal there, but could not beat the goaltender. Pikkarii still pushing, however, as he has Teravainen behind the net. Working the puck with his stick, just trying to find some space, but to no avail. And now here it comes, Easychasniper2 on the other end. It's a big hit there as Gerard passed the blue line, forces the turnover. And now for Easychasniper2, this is where you have to keep composure, where not everything's going your way. You knew Pikkarii was going to punch back. Now it's where you have to stay composed. And, you know, he doesn't have that same experience as Pikkarii, but nevertheless, you have to keep everything in front of you and realize that despite that one goal, still a lot of game left. You can't get too overzealous. Turned over, and Pikkarii has on the other end a 3-on-2 here for him. It's a shot! He scores! Jake Gensel with the goal. Pikkarii with a perfect start here, a 2-0 lead, and he utilizes a little bit of his own counterattack to double his lead.
Yeah, a huge start for Pikkarii in this game. It looks like he's taken a totally opposite approach as what he did in game 1, and now he's just started to take every single chance, and there's another one that one almost goes in as well.
And he might not be done as he's still pushing in the offensive zone. Kuznetsov behind the net, looking for space in front, but couldn't find anything as he gets it over to the point instead. Controls it at the left face-off circle with Stahl. Now the point to Burns. Shot on net, save made, but another dangerous chance. And you said it, Sopoli, he is throwing everything on net. He's not waiting for that perfect play anymore. When he has the lane to shoot, he's putting that puck towards the goalie, and it's worked for him in massive dividends, as he's also going to draw a penalty and a power play upcoming for Pikkarii, an interference call away from the puck. And Easychasniper, he's going to be glad that this is the end of the period, because things are starting to turn in the wrong direction for him here right now.
Yeah, I feel like Pikkarii may have actually caught him off guard a little bit going into the second game. Maybe Easychasniper thought it would be another similar game where just trying to focus on tight defense, keeping Pikkarii to the outside would work, but at the moment it's not going to work when Pikkarii is like attacking the net all the time.
You may or may have not caught it there, but 6 shots for Pikkarii in that first period compared to just 2 for Easychasniper, as we are immediately underway for the second period, as Easychasniper, short-handed, gets in the offensive zone, has a chance in front, couldn't get a shot on cleanly, and here's the odd man rush, a counterattack opportunity for Pikkarii. Nice job there for Easychasniper getting back. 2 spin moves, draws a tripping call, and a 5-on-3 upcoming for Pikkarii. Massive opportunity here for him to really put his foot on the gas pedal.
Yeah, Easychasniper forced to take another penalty. It's just because Pikkarii has like put up the pace offensively, and there's gonna be another penalty. It's gonna be a long 5-on-3 after this one, and Pikkarii is just at the moment overwhelming the defense of Easychasniper.
And it's unfortunate we don't have the face cam up. I'd be interested just to see how Easychasniper is reacting to these, just because, again, his first moment in this big of a stage, he had a dominant game 1 where he didn't have to face a whole lot of adversity, but now in game 2, things sort of unraveling in front of his very eyes. Pikkarii looking like a completely different player, and now the question is, how do you, if you're Easychasniper, find a way to battle this and get things back into your advantage? Because right now, Pikkarii pretty much having everything that he wants, and a couple of the mistakes for Easychasniper making his job a little bit easier in that too.
Yeah, I feel like Easychasniper has to chill a little bit, maybe, if that's the right word. At the moment, Pikkarii is putting him in a very unpleasant situation where Pikkarii is just cycling around, and there's another shot, throwing shots on, and Nature's with his second goal of the game is gonna give the 3-0 lead for Pikkarii.
And it was off of the tip in front from, again, just throwing that puck on net. Pikkarii, I think, might have been too patient, really, in that game 1, just looking for that perfect play. You see now he's just throwing it on net, taking advantage of the space that he has in front of him, and it's worked for him to perfection so far. There's another chance there. Aho not able to get all of his stick on that puck. Pikkarii still pushing, a minute left on this power play because of the 3 penalties. As right now, it has been all Pikkarii in game number 2, a 3-0 lead here in the second period. And he tries to work it in front, backhand, save made. May have had a lane just skate that in front and get a shot on, but decided to go for the backhand, an easy save made by Georgiev, and here comes Easychasniper on the other end. Finally back to even strength 5-on-5, but not before Pikkarii was able to get a 3rd goal on the board, as Easychasniper has his work cut out for him and trying to find his way back in this game. Turned it over, and now Pikkarii comes in on the other end. Turned over, and now Easychasniper trying to take advantage of the counterattack. Here he comes. Has it. Shot from the slot, and he scores. Jonathan Drouin puts him on the board, and that's exactly what the doctor ordered for Easychasniper to get himself back into this game.
Yeah, but this is it's a double-edged sword for Pikkarii starting to play that little counter-attacking style of hockey, because the other guy knows how to play that as well, and perfect shot taken by Drouin, and that goes far side and in.
His biggest strength, if he said earlier in the interview, and you saw that right there, gives him his first goal of the game, and maybe settles down some of the momentum that Pikkarii had, but now he's going to have to settle it down in the defensive zone as Pikkarii's working it in. Gives it out to the point. Kuznetsov over to Stahl at the left faceoff circle, trying to find some space. Pikkarii working it, couldn't find anything, and has turned over. Maybe a little bit of a shade of that first game that we saw where he could have shot it, but was a little bit too patient trying to look for that perfect play. Turned over, however, and Pikkarii has another chance at it. Backhand pass across, and he scores! Brett Burns puts it in. Beautiful play from Pikkarii, squeezes it through, and just like that, it's back to a 3-goal lead.
Yeah, massive goal. He did not want Easychasniper to get back within one, so getting that 3-goal lead is huge. But the question now is, does he continue playing like he has, or does he take the foot off the gas a little bit and try to limit the chances for Easychasniper as Landeskog almost gets one there?
And that is the big question that these players typically have to balance. Do you continue to just play your game that has worked so far? Do you, like you mentioned, back off a little bit, as that was almost the goal there for Easychasniper, working it in the offensive zone? And it is an interesting balance. You might see a little bit of both, where Pikkarii maybe takes less chances in terms of his aggression on the defensive end, but continues to be aggressive on the offensive end with his ability to put the puck on net. Easychasniper with a nice possession here, just hemming Pikkarii in his own zone right now. Trying to find a good opportunity. He has Rantanen behind the net with the puck. Looking for a passing option. He doesn't have it so far. Still has possession. Pikkarii not able to get it off of him as he finally is able to poke check it from behind to force the turnover. And it looks like both players going to go for a line change here. Pikkarii takes advantage. Has a lot of space. Pesci has it, shot on, save made there by Georgiev, but first time we've really seen either side settle down for a line change, and Pikkarii almost got a really good chance off of it there.
Yeah, he waited it out. He changed the forward lines, but his other defenseman decided to push up on the play, and he hits him on the blue line with that saucer pass up the ice.
Puck trickles all the way to the opposite end. Just 3 minutes remaining here in period 2. Pikkarii up 4-1 in what is an elimination game for him. If he holds on, we'll have an all-decisive game 3. If Easychasniper can find his way to a comeback victory, he will punch his ticket into the final against either NikkeDangles or Artuzio. We will have that series at the conclusion of this one, as well as our finals today. So all 3 series on our broadcast today. A lot of fun 1v1 action on tap here, as D'Angelo almost had it. The shot just went a little bit wide there for Pikkarii. Pikkarii moving it in the offensive zone. Those quick passes working well, but it's turned over. Just 5 seconds left here as Easychasniper coming in on the other end. Has Manson with a shot on, blocked in front. And now will do it. For period number 2, a 4-1 lead. Easychasniper, he looked like he may have had something, but Pikkarii on this play right here, able to respond and get that 3-goal lead back.
Yeah, and once again, going into this third period, it's gonna be very interesting, in my opinion, to see what Pikkarii does here, because you don't want your opponent to have any chance to come back in this game, but at the same time, if Pikkarii doesn't keep up the kind of offense he has been playing in this game, maybe that trickles down to game 3 of this series, and he isn't able to keep the same offense going if he doesn't play this one out the same way. Let's see what he does here.
Yeah, and I think that even the math would probably support Pikkarii just playing the same way. He has 14 shots on net for himself, but he's only allowed 5 for Easychasniper. So not only is he shooting the puck well, but he's denied Easychasniper of the opportunities on the opposite end. So the math would probably tell you, keep doing what you're doing. And so far, it has worked to perfection. There's a little turnover in front, leads to a breakaway and then a tripping call. I think Pikkarii knows he may have gotten away with one there. That looked like that could have been a penalty shot, but nevertheless, a power play opportunity upcoming for Easychasniper.
I believe that was an accidental slap shot wind up right there with the puck by Pikkarii, and almost cost him a goal, but he's able to save it with a tripping penalty, but no longer, as the power play right away, Rantanen snipes one top corner.
And you mentioned earlier, Stopolino, was such a good point. I think you saw it there on that play. The one little mistake can be such a big difference in these games. You go from 4-1 to all of a sudden 4-2 with less than 16 minutes to play. Easychasniper has a lot of time here to get back into this game, and with the way that he's able to counterattack, this one's now far from over. So that one little miscue gives Easychasniper a whole lot of life compared to what he had just a few minutes ago.
Yeah, 100%. If this was still 4-1, I would think there would be no chance Pikkarii blows this lead anymore. But now Easychasniper scored the previous goal and has the momentum. He's only behind by 2, and there's a lot of time to score more goals. As he's trying to find Makar in the middle, doesn't work quite that time.
As Easychasniper has in the offensive zone now. Pikkarii taking away the options well over at the point. Works it down low. Easychasniper trying to find something. Needs to get a few more shots on net. Tried to find something there, but it went well wide. And now here comes Pikkarii on the other end of the counterattack. 3-on-2. Pass across, shot on, blocked in front. Another chance, blocked again. Pikkarii still with possession. Gives it up to the point over it. The Shea is they move it around, and Pikkarii trying to just play the possession game here. And I think this is smart. Try to limit the time that Easychasniper has. Don't make a mistake of turning it over and giving him that counterattack. As you see there, he sees nothing. He reverses course. That's the experience of Pikkarii that we talked about. Very smart play, knowing the situation and reacting accordingly.
Yeah, now we see exactly him letting the gas off the pedal a little bit, but this is smart in terms of this match. Just for this game, it is important to not let your opponent back within 1, so he's just gonna play the puck possession game, and of course, if he gets a chance like this, he's gonna try to score. That one doesn't quite go 5-hole as we was trying to squeeze that in. But yeah, oh my goodness, he hits that one-hander from the goal line. There's that bag of tricks I was talking about before this series. Pikkarii just has these sort of tricks up his sleeve, is able to make the goalie move off that post and tucks it in with the one-hander.
Pretty play, Pikkarii strikes again, ladies and gentlemen. What a move! And if you're Easychasniper, that has to be absolutely demoralizing. You play great defense, and you see him reverse course, go back and reset on the other end, continue to dominate possession in the offensive zone. You don't allow one shot in about 5 minutes. You can't get the puck for about 5 minutes, and the first chance Pikkarii gets, not only does he score a goal, but it's on one of the prettiest moves you could possibly put together.
Yeah, just out of nowhere, he's on the goal line and he's just able to trick the goalie to moving to the other post, and a beautiful little one-hander tuck, just barely over the goal line.
And you see how that can snowball, as it led to a penalty later on Easychasniper. Now Pikkarii up by 3 with a power play with 4 minutes left. Looks like he has this game well in control. And you know, again, we talked about, do you let your foot off the gas pedal? Do you play aggressively? I think that maybe the play of the game, not even necessarily a goal, but the decision to just be patient, work the puck, and reset. He denied Easychasniper of the opportunity to get that puck and counter on the other end. And not only did he kill off a lot of time, but it eventually led to a goal as well. The perfect possession for someone that is up, leading a game in an elimination situation, not only minimizing the time that your opponent has to come back, but also being patient, not allowing the counterattack, not making the mistake of turning it over, and then eventually being patient enough to make a play and get a goal. Just 2:15 left here in this third period as we look on our way to a decisive game 3. Easychasniper won game number 1, 5-1 if you weren't with us earlier. Pikkarii has come back with a vengeance, a 5-2 lead with just a minute to play, but hold the phones. Easychasniper with a cross-crease goal cuts that lead back to 2. This is a full-time last minute here, so 61 seconds. Crazier things have happened here. You can get 2 goals in that time.
Is he really gonna do it? I'm not sure, but I mean, there is a minute of time, 2 goals. We've seen this happen. Even crazier things than this have happened before, so let's see if Easychasniper is able to get 2 more.
He's forced a turnover, but wasn't able to get a shot on as Al forced a reset, no icing called. So Easychasniper running out of time here, gonna have to find his way back in the offensive zone. Can't find anything as he crossed the blue line. Beautiful move, creates a breakaway, shot on, save made by Georgiev, but the goal isn't what Pikkarii needs. He's just killing off time. 20 seconds remain. Shot on and he scores! Evgeny Kuznetsov, if You didn't think the last one was the dagger, and that one most certainly will be. Puts the lead back up to 3, and every time Easychasniper seemed like he had a little bit of life, Pikkarii took the air out of it. A 6-3 lead now, as Pikkarii will just hold on to this puck, will kill off the time. Easychasniper not going to pressure. As maybe Pikkarii not done as a quick shot on net and a quick save made by Georgiev. Almost had another one there late. But that will do it for game number 2. A 6-3 victory for Pikkarii in a must-win game. And now it will be a winner-go-home game number 3 on tap. Pikkarii wins game 2 to tie the series up. Hopefully exactly what you wanted to see there for Pikkarii in response to game 1. Not his best game by any stretch. He made the proper adjustments. Was really the aggressor and forced his playstyle on top of Easychasniper. And really, I think the difference in this game, not just the shot differential of 24-7, but, you know, as I was mentioning earlier, it seemed like every time Easychasniper was able to punch with a response, Pikkarii was able to punch right back and take away any chance of a comeback happening.
Yeah, if game 1 was impressive by Easychasniper, I would say this one was an even more impressive performance by Pikkarii. Just, I mean, if you look at the stats, Pikkarii scored almost as many goals as Easychasniper had shots. So, I mean, that pretty much tells you everything you need to know about what happened in that game. Also, very, very good plays by Pikkarii to select the situations where he tried to score and when to just hold on to the puck possession, and that led to him walking away with that 6-3 win.
And maybe switching the teams as well, going from Vegas to Carolina, helping them a bit as well. Carolina maybe a slightly faster team than Vegas. Did him some good there. He gets the victory in game 2 to force this series into an all-decisive game 3. We're going to hear a quick word from our sponsor, COVID on Accuracy, before we get that decisive game 3 ready to go. Do not go away, my friends. This next game, a trip to the finals on the line. We'll be right back after this quick word from our sponsor and a short break.
Minkä päällä lakukastike maistuu parhaalta? Ei voi tietää, ellei kokeile. Kouvolan lakritsi. Minkä päällä lakukastike maistuu parhaalta? Ei voi tietää, ellei kokeile. Kouvolan lakritsi.
Alrighty, we are back and both players are ready to go as game number 3 on tap. The winner will meet either Artuzio or NikkeDangles in the finals. As Easychasniper won game 1 5-1, Pikkarii won game number 2 6-3. Will we see something in the middle? Will we see a repeat of game number 1 or game number 2? You'll find out now as Pikkarii patiently has possession and gets past the blue line. Looks it behind the net, turned over as Easychasniper trying to find his way out of his own zone, but Pikkarii forechecking a little bit here, and So, Play, I gotta ask you, if you're Easychasniper, what are the adjustments that you look to make now that you know that Pikkarii was able to make some adjustments of his own in that second game?
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be a tough situation if you're Easychasniper. You saw Pikkarii change the approach for game 2 completely, so now you just have to hope you can keep up on defense, basically. I think that's where you have to start. You just have to stop Pikkarii's offense, which has been deadly in game 2, and there's a good chance right there off the side of the net. He tries to go 5-hole. That one just does not go in.
This is a game within the game. The chess battle, the mental aspect of things really does come to the forefront. The strategical changes and the adjustments from both players being made based off of what their opponent is doing or what the game calls for. And you saw Pikkarii win that battle after game number 1. Now Easychasniper is going to have to do the same thing. He wants to win this series after game 2. As he has in the offensive zone, a shot on, was almost struggled with by Anderson, but nevertheless, Pikkarii able to get it out. But so far, a bit of a more even start from what we saw in that game 2. So Easychasniper maybe making a couple of adjustments. Really, neither player has really taken the reins so far in this game. Very different from the first 2 contests.
Yeah, I feel like this one's gonna maybe be a little bit more of a tight game, and neither of these guys are gonna be like, both of them are gonna be very careful in their own end, it seems, so far from this game. They're not gonna be over-committing too much on defense, trying to lock it down, and then offensively they've both created a couple of decent scoring chances, but so far they haven't been able to break into the best scoring areas just yet.
As those in the chat can feel free to put their predictions in. We have a little bit less than half of the time remaining on that prediction, so if you have a good feeling on who you think is going to be able to take this matchup, make sure you put that in our chat, put some points down on it if you feel so inclined to, as currently tied at 0. Both players looking for the first goal, as Easychasniper very close to finding it, but Freddie Anderson able to make the save there for Pikkarii.
Freddie Anderson with that hot glove to start this game. A couple of glove saves, one on Makar and one right there.
Pikkarii wins the defensive zone face-off and gets it out rather quickly, but can't turn it into an offensive possession. Larry Nichushkin has it. Here for Easychasniper behind the net, trying to find something. Remember, not a lot of shots from Easychasniper in that first game. You mentioned it. 6 goals for Pikkarii, 7 shots on net for Easychasniper, so he's going to have to try to find his way to even those numbers out a little bit, as Pikkarii had his way on the offensive end in that last game, and Easychasniper was struggling to find chances. A good chance there on the cross crease, but another save made by Freddie Anderson. Easychasniper still pushing in the offensive zone. Another shot on, easy save there made by Freddie Anderson. As Pikkarii trying to get it out, he does, but not for long. As Easychasniper picks it up in the neutral zone. AC Middlestat has it, was turned over. Breakaway for Pikkarii as he went for the flying poke check to Easychasniper. Pikkarii stuffed it out. He scores on the backhand, and an opening goal in favor of Pikkarii, 1-0 lead.
All of the sudden, from all the chances Easychasniper was able to create there just a little bit ago, all of the sudden Pikkarii's on a breakaway and has the first lead of the game. I was about to say that the way this game has looked has been totally different from game 2. This looks like Easychasniper has been able to get a lot of time on attack, which was not happening last game, so it's going to be interesting to see if he's going to be able to crack the defense of Pikkarii here.
And this is what Easychasniper can't afford to do. Possessions like that, last minute, you know it's a fast minute, you know that you need to try to find something, and he just kind of held the puck behind that net and let all the time dwindle, and Pikkarii just kind of stood still, held his position on the passing lanes, and Easychasniper basically killed his own time off. Pikkarii is fine letting him do that. He's got to have to try to find ways to get some more shots on net, because possessions like that, Pikkarii going to be plenty fine letting Easychasniper have.
Yeah, not enough of those quality chances for Easychasniper just yet. He was able to create a couple of decent-looking shot attempts, but neither of those were like real high percentage scoring chances, as Pikkarii was there almost on another breakaway, or like a half breakaway if you will. Wasn't able to tuck it in though.
Pikkarii feeling plenty of the momentum and even has a little bit of support in the chat. His two fellow forwards, his tunnel vision teammates, and Vatu and Leitinen supporting their teammate in the chat. They're hoping that their teammate can bring home 2 trophies here over the next few days with our ECL Elite 6v6 final on Friday and Saturday. As a chance there on the other side there for Easychasniper. Just doesn't find its way in the back of the net. And when Easychasniper has been able to find chances, it feels like Freddie Anderson has been there every single time to stop him.
Yeah, that time actually Pikkarii's defense got completely beat. His only defenseman was just way too close to the passer, way too far away from the receiver on the back end, but Freddie Anderson just bails him out that time, and Easychasniper at the moment is really looking strong offensively, and it chews skin again the backdoor play, and that time it pays off.
Yeah, it was interesting, just that one little cut as he stopped, acted like he was going to go to the middle and decided to go back, forced it over on the cross crease opposite side, and finally Easychasniper able to get that play through. It's worked for him a couple of times, but he just wasn't able to find the puck in the back of the net. He does so that time, and just like that, we're tied. Seems like we're getting balance here in this series, so hopefully a blowout in favor of Easychasniper in Game 1, a blowout in favor of Pikkarii in Game 2, and now we've got a close one for Game 3 as Pikkarii responds with a goal of his own. He takes back his lead just seconds after relinquishing it.
A beautiful pass there, Stahl. A little backhand puck protect there, brings it back to the forehand, is able to open up that passing lane, and all of a sudden Pikkarii has the 1-goal lead restored. And yeah, as you said, it is a lot more back and forth, unlike the first 2 games we saw in the series.
Pikkarii maybe not done. He has it in the offensive zone. This is the most offensive zone time we've seen from him in the second period. It's been all Easychasniper in terms of the possession so far in this period too, but Pikkarii able to punch right back after Easychasniper got that tying goal. Easychasniper has it on the other end now. He controls it behind the net, and again, just allowing him to work it behind the net with no options of really any dangerous pass or shot, and that feels like that's what Easychasniper is going to have to adjust. That holding the puck behind the net has not worked for him so far ever since Game 1. A turnover and a breakaway. Pikkarii scores! Svechnikov puts it in, and he doubles its lead 3-1. That's a massive goal for Pikkarii right there, and it comes off of the counterattack and the forecheck creating the turnover.
If you're Easychasniper in this position, you just gotta feel a little bit like you've given a couple of pretty cheap breakaways for Pikkarii, and Pikkarii is not gonna be missing from those, I'll tell you that for free. And Easychasniper just has to be able to create more quality chances of his own and stop losing the puck in dangerous areas like that.
Here's another potential breakaway for Pikkarii. Backhand, doesn't get a clean shot on net. You notice there at Easychasniper manualed the goalie once again as he did that allowed the first goal as he went for the flying poke check. But that's something you mentioned there, Stopely. I think that that's a very good point. Pikkarii has beaten the defense of Easychasniper. There was a 2-on-0, but an interference call against Nathan McKinnon will negate it. That would have potentially been a goal there. A wide open cross crease pass. Massive call in favor of Pikkarii on that play.
Wow, yeah, it wasn't even on screen. It was hiding behind Pikkarii's face cam, I believe, where the penalty came from. It looked like a sure scoring chance for Easychasniper, but all of a sudden turns the other way, and it's Pikkarii going on the power play instead.
These are the moments where you really have to keep your sorts about you. You have to stay composed when things aren't going your way, when you're hitting that adversity. As Easychasniper is right now down by 2 and on the penalty kill in this elimination game. The winner will move on to the finals. The face-off against either Artuzio or NikkeDangles, who have that best-of-3 series at the conclusion of this one. So if you want more exciting one-on-one action, make sure you stick with us, as another goal for Pikkarii It's Martin Natchez this time on the cross crease, puts it in, and now things looking dire for Easychasniper. Pikkarii can taste the finals right in front of him.
3 goals in a row in the second period. It's a very hard situation now to bounce back from if you're Easychasniper, as you had the control of this game for the majority of the first period and even to the start of the second. But now you're down by 3. You need 3 goals to tie this game up, and you only have a period, except if you're able to get one here at the end, as he does get a good opportunity. That one's gonna be saved though.
And that's the thing, you feel like Pikkarii, he's been probably more opportunistic in terms of taking advantage of the mistakes of Easychasniper, but hold the phones. A quick goal to end the second period there from Easychasniper for Ari Nachuskin, puts it in on the cross crease, cuts that lead down to 2, and that's a massive goal potentially going into the third period. But as we were talking about there, you feel like Pikkarii, though he has been opportunistic, you feel like Easychasniper in terms of the overall game has controlled it a little more and just hasn't been able to find those chances in the back of the net.
Yeah, especially at the start of this game, I feel like Pikkarii has now started to get a little bit of the control of this game, but the start was very heavily in favor of Easychasniper, in my opinion, with all the time on attack and stuff, and even creating a couple of decent scoring opportunities. And as you said, Brandon, he didn't take as many shots as he maybe should have, but I still feel like he was in total control of this game until midway through the second period, and Pikkarii scored 3 quick goals, and now it's looking not so good for him anymore.
There's a chance there, save made by Freddie Anderson. You saw the stats there, 10 shots on 10 minutes of time on attack, and Easychasniper scores once again. It's a 1-goal game, and Pikkarii does not like what he's seeing. He's gonna call a timeout, but all of a sudden, we've got a game on our hands yet again. Easychasniper on the comeback trail.
It seems like every time we say something, the opposite happens. The beginning of this game, Pikkarii looked like he was in his own zone most of the time, and then all of a sudden he starts scoring, and once we start saying that he's up by 3, all of a sudden Easychasniper is able to get some of those goals, even though it doesn't look like he's controlling the play as much anymore, except now he is, as he's getting another shot on goal there. That one's gonna be saved by Freddie again.
Congratulations, my friend. You are now officially a commentator. There's no initiation like the commentator's jinx. You're getting experience here for the first time. As you mentioned, right, when we talk about Easychasniper needs to find chances, guess what? He goes and gets 2 goals in about a 3-minute span as he's still pushing in the offensive zone. Easychasniper holding it, waiting for space, waiting for an opportunity. Shot up and he scores! Gabriel Landeskog ties it up for Easychasniper from 3 down to a tie game in game number 3.
Unbelievable. Within 5 minutes he's able to score those 3 goals to make it a tied game, and I mean if you're Pikkarii, what are you thinking in this moment?
Say what you will, but the kid's got moxie. The 16-year-old phenom, Easychasniper, has fought his way back into this game from 4-1 down to tied at 4. But can Pikkarii find his way back? He's the more experienced player. He's been in these situations before. Now, he has to settle things down and manage it here. He has the puck right now in the neutral zone with Brett Burns, trying to find some space to break into the offensive zone, and he does. Gets past the blue line. Burns bumped off the puck, but gets it back. Reverses it down low to Aho. Pikkarii cycling it around. Natchez has it. Over at the left face-off circle, trying to find some space now behind the net. Pikkarii, gotta watch out for him in these scenarios. He is very nifty with the puck. Shot on, and he scores! That's what we were talking about right there, the deception with the puck. Pikkarii finds his way to space, and just like that, snatches his lead right back.
The exact same play we saw in the other end just a moment ago with the tying goal, and Pikkarii is able to do that exact little fake going back to the corner, but instead he cuts into the middle, shoots that far side, and he does have a 1-goal lead back. But I got a feeling this game is gonna see a couple more goals.
Cross crease and scores! You called it to perfection there, Soboli. The counterattack to perfection for Easychasniper, and we are tied once again.
These are some of the games that, if you're playing in this sort of a game, you might feel like there's just stuff happening that you can't even stop. There's just been goals scored back and forth since the midway point of the second period, and here's another chance. That one's just intercepted.
So, these are the games when you're glad you're up here with me and not actually on the sticks, am I right?
Yeah, 100%. These are the worst types of games where you have to keep your composure even when you feel like you don't have much control of what's happening. But in these situations, you just have to lock in, have to try to focus on the next play, because a game like this, you quite often, you just get caught in the moment of getting way too much thoughts in your mind, because there was like 5 plays that happened a minute ago that you're still thinking about. But you just have to put that away and try to focus on the next shift.
Easychasniper is not led in over 100 minutes. It's tied right now at 5 apiece, and the next goal could very well be the one that puts he or Pikkarii in the finals. Less than 6 minutes to play, and Easychasniper has it in the offensive zone. No one there on that pass around the end boards, and it'll be picked up by Pikkarii. 5 minutes now to play. Could we potentially see it overtime? Pikkarii looking to avoid that here. Looks, shot on! Blocker save there, but a dangerous chance there from Pikkarii. That little cut looked like that may have created a nice short side opportunity as the pass across picked off by Easychasniper, and he'll now reverse course. 3.5 minutes to play here in the third period, and this is where both sides are going to be very, very cautious in terms of not wanting to make a mistake, as Nachuskin, who has a hat trick, shot on, was blocked in front, picked up from behind the net by Pikkarii. Now just 2.5 minutes to play. Teemu Teravainen works his way into the offensive zone between the legs. He scores! The flare from Pikkarii gets them the game-leading goal. Could it end up being the game-winning goal? He scores with less than 2 minutes remaining.
What a goal, that between the legs dig. Easychasniper has to cover for that backdoor play, and he's able to cut across the goal. He shoots it far side and in, and there's going to be a timeout called here after that beautiful highlight goal by Pikkarii.
You saw the bottom right, the reaction from Pikkarii. He knows how big that goal was. He looks about as engaged and as locked in as we have seen him. These moments and these situations just bring out the best in these players. Those competitive juices really start flowing as Pikkarii controls in the offensive zone. 1 minute to play. He has a 1-goal lead. Seconds away from clinching a spot in the finals. Can he hold on, or does Easychasniper have one more punch in him? Pikkarii controls it, just holding on to possession, draining that time away every second. A second closer to the finals, and a second that Easychasniper loses to get himself back into this game. Pikkarii just controlling it, holding the puck, wasting time, playing the possession. Easychasniper not able to get it off of him. Still controlling it as Pikkarii, draining the time. Precious seconds ticking away for Easychasniper. He's still not able to get the puck off of him. Now just 15 seconds remaining. Perfect possession play for Pikkarii. Waiting, still has it. Easychasniper not able to get out of the zone. 5 seconds remaining. Pikkarii holds on from the looks of it. 2 seconds, 1, and that will do it. Pikkarii puts it in the books. It may have not been the most entertaining way to close the game out, but boy, oh boy, was it effective. A 6-5 victory, and Pikkarii punches his ticket into the finals.
Unbelievable game we had there. For the longest time, well, I don't think, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think Easychasniper had a lead in this game. So, Pikkarii just looked like he was gonna win, but then every time he got a lead, Easychasniper was able to climb back in the game, and at 5-5, Pikkarii was just able to find some hands of God from somewhere. He's able to do a little between the legs dig and finish it on the forehand.
Easychasniper never led after game 1 in this series. He did not lead at all in game number 2. He did not lead at all in game number 3. You thought that maybe he was going to find his way at the end, but Pikkarii, as you mentioned, Sopali, the beautiful move on the between the legs deke, finds his way over to the forehand, puts it in past Georgiev, and then that last minute he just literally just played keep away. He just said, well, you can't score if I don't let you have the puck. He did that to perfection. Realistically, Easychasniper was never able to get it off of him, and it wasn't from a lack of trying. And maybe you could say that he could have put more pressure on him, but at the end of the day, there's only so much that you can do when someone controls the puck like that. Wasted the entire last 2 minutes of the clock, punches his ticket into the final. So congratulations to Pikkarii, and really that last 2 minutes, that's exactly what you expect from an experienced player in an elimination game situation that's tight just like that one.
Yeah, and you gotta remember, it's not super easy to just keep the puck for the rest of the game like that. Easychasniper was going for huge hits in the corners continuously, but Pikkarii was just able to move out of the way every single time and close that one out.
And he did so well. A 6-5 victory in game number 3. He punches his ticket to the final. And now he will await the winner of our next series between NikkeDangles and Artuzio. So he'll have a chance to kind of sit back, collect his breath, maybe do a little bit of scouting here and see who his opponent in the finals will be later today. We're going to take a short break here, a word from our sponsor in COVID on Locracy. And then when we come back, we will set the table for our next series, as well as get the puck drop of game number 1. B Major and Sopali here with you. Do not go away. Artuzio and NikkeDangles right after this break.
Minkä päällä lakukastike maistuu parhaalta? Ei voi tietää, ellei kokeile. Kouvolan lakritsi. Minkä päällä lakukastike maistuu parhaalta? Ei voi tietää, ellei kokeile. Kouvolan lakritsi.
All right, we are back as we are ready to set the stage for our second series of our broadcast today as Artuzio face off against NikkeDangles. The winner of this series will move on to the finals to go up against Pikkarii in a best-of-3. Brandon B. Major Bigsby alongside my partner Lardy Instrom, better known as Sopoli. And Sopoli, if we have anything close this series to what we had in our last series, we are in for a treat. With these two players, it wouldn't shock me whatsoever if we had something similar.
No, it wouldn't be a shock at all. These two have been around for years. Feels like as long as I've been around the NHL esports community, I'd say these guys have been pretty much at the top the whole time. So, I mean, there is no lack of skill in this matchup, that is for sure.
Yeah, easily two of the most skilled players that you will find in the 1v1 scene, not just on the European side, but arguably around the globe. Let's take a quick look at the bracket to show how these two got to this point. As you can see, Artuzio, the 14 seed, matching up against Kibix at that 1 seed, took it to 3, but was able to pull off the upset in the quarterfinals, while for NikkeDangles, making rather quick work of Patsy, a 2-0 series lead, and that's impressive. Patsy, a very good player in his own right. Kibik's a very good player, so these two very much battle-tested coming into the semifinals matchup, and really just a treat that we get to see these two meet in the semifinals, because this is a matchup that could be very worthy of that finals appearance.
Yeah, 100%. Fun fact, it looks like I didn't even realize this before, but in the quarterfinals, both of these players actually knocked out a Sixes teammate of mine. So yeah, there's a little fun statistic for you guys. But yeah, I mean, both of these guys just some of the very best in Europe, in the world. I mean, if the last series was exciting, I'm expecting this one to be just as exciting.
Absolutely. Let's take a quick look at the stats for these two players so far in their respective runs. And as you can see, both of them just amazing, really, in both regular season and postseason. Really, the main advantage probably in terms of between the two, in terms of differential, would be the records in the regular season, as well as the goals against. NikkeDangles with 5 wins in regulation, while 2 wins in regulation, 2 in overtime for Artuzio. 16 goals against for NikkeDangles, 30 for Artuzio in the regular season, but really, it's been in the playoffs where Artuzio seemingly has really hit that extra gear and has gone to that next level, and that's really been the story for him throughout his illustrious career in the 1v1 scene, is that as the stakes get bigger, his game seems to get better as it goes on.
Yeah, 100% that seems to be the case. Always heats up for those big matches. Let's see if that's gonna continue here tonight.
We will see if it does, as we actually have Artuzio with us. As Artuzio, are you able to hear us, my man?
Yeah.
All right, thank you so much for taking a few moments to chat with us here before games tonight. A great playoff run that you have been on. You've competed at the biggest of stages, and you now go up against an opponent in NikkeDangles that we also know you are rather familiar with. In series like these, what do you feel like are the biggest factors in able to get that advantage coming in?
Have to defend well. I know Nikke is very good at the offensive zone, so I cannot chase him. I have to be patient and wait for my chances. I know that I get my counterattacks and I try to go on my way in this gameplay.
Yeah, absolutely. And something that we were just talking about before you joined us is just the way that your game is really elevated in the playoffs. And it feels like you always seem to step up and hit that extra gear when things do get tight. What do you feel like really attributes to being able to hit that next level when it's needed the most?
It's the elimination. I ever want don't want to eliminate, of course, and I want to earn and achieve some more in my career. And
when the stakes are higher and it's not the group play stage, I always want to win and do my best and play more careful and use my chances better. I don't know. It's like something in my head. I cannot explain how it goes on and off.
Yeah, for sure. Artuzio, last question for you. Don't want to take up too much of your time. You mentioned how it was going to be important for you to stay positioned defensively, not chasing NikkeDangles. You know how deceptive he can be with the puck and how good he is offensively at using his movements and really just the mechanics of the game to create space and create opportunities. What is it that you're going to be really looking out for on his end offensively that you can try to stop him?
Yeah, of course. I will do my best and I try to hit him as much as I can and use like first forecheck in my own zone also to take his pace away. And I like to do this way in every match, but I like to use it against Nikke also.
Well, hey, man, we'll see if you can do it. Thank you so much for taking a few moments with us, and best of luck to you here in the series.
Thank you very much.
All right, great stuff there from Artuzio. You heard him mention just, he knows Nikke rather well. He's played against them a few different times. He knows what he brings to the table, and you kind of felt like the emphasis for him was defense, defense, defense. I don't even think I heard him mention an offensive take on anything. Defense seems to be his number one priority, and I don't think I can blame him even a little bit.
Defense, and then he is very deadly on the counterattacks. I feel like this is kind of a similar setup what we had in the last round, with Pikkarii being the more offensive style of player and Easychasniper being relying more on the counterattacks. In this series, I feel like Artuzio is going to be the one counterattacking more and trying to just get the goals from those.
Absolutely is. It looks like we have NikkeDangles with us as well, so we'll get to hear his perspective of things on the other side. Nikke, are you able to hear us, man?
Mm-hmm.
All right, thank you so much for taking a few moments to join us, man. And we just talked to Artuzio, and, I'm going to ask you the same question I asked him. Familiar opponent, you guys have played on the biggest of stages. What do you feel like is going to be the biggest factor in this series between two of the best players in the world?
I mean, it's going to be a tight series, and small details, like small details, will decide the games.
Yeah, absolutely. I can't help but to see the 3 trophies there in the background. You're hoping to add another one here today. I've got to ask you, man, what do you feel like contributes so much to your success on these big stages? It feels like you're always able to find yourself in these top-end elite echelon tournaments, whether it's on the 6s side or whether it's on the 1 side. What do you feel is the biggest contributor to your overall success as a player?
I mean, it has been the grinding. I play a lot, and I know the game mechanics, and that way I will get edge to my opponent. So I think it's the grinding and playing a lot.
Yeah, you mentioned the game mechanics and being able to really find your way a bit offensively. You go up against someone in Artuzio who is one of the better defensive 1v1 players on the European side. What do you feel like is going to be important for you offensively to open things up against him?
I think I need to be fast on the counter attack, so he can't defend my fast counter attack play. So I just need to be fast on the counter attacks, I feel like.
Well, hey, we'll see if you can do it, man. Nikke, thank you so much for taking the time, and best of luck to you here in the series.
Thank you.
All right, great job there from both Nikke and Artuzio. We appreciate them taking a few moments here to chat with us. As you heard it from both sides. Nikke kind of talking a little bit more about the offensive side of things. You heard Artuzio talking more about the defensive side of things, and I think that's, again, as you mentioned this openly, a very good indicator of what we're going to see in this series. Artuzio trying to take advantage of counterattacks, NikkeDangles trying to take advantage of puck possession, working his way into those mistakes on the defensive end to give himself opportunities with his mechanical skill on the sticks.
Yeah, I'd actually, there's, again, something similar as what we saw in the last series with Easychasniper and Pikkarii. Before that one, we were talking about Pikkarii might be more like a puck control type of player, as here we're talking Nikke might be doing that as well, but Nikke does the counter-attack game style also as good as anybody, so it's gonna be interesting to see what kind of an approach we see by Nikke. Does he start going for that counter-attack style of hockey, where it's just coast to coast and it's basically a shootout who scores more goals? And the alternative is he just takes the puck control like Pikkarii tried to do at some points during that other semifinals matchup we saw.
Well, we will see who can make it happen. As you saw the team selection there, Artuzio going with the New York Rangers, NikkeDangles going with the Colorado Avalanche. So one different team, one familiar team. We're looking at the perspective of Artuzio as we are underway, and Artuzio winning the faceoff. So the Rangers, that's going to be interesting. A team that we have not seen yet so far today. A pretty familiar, or not familiar, but a pretty comparable matchup, really, with Colorado on the other end. Two teams with a lot of forward power, with a lot of speed. New York, however, probably a little bit better on the side of defense and goaltending.
Yeah, actually a very interesting team choice. I don't think I've seen almost like any players throughout this whole tournament. I've been looking at some of the players in the group stage even, and I don't think I saw anybody else running with the New York Rangers, so interesting to see if Artuzio has come up with some sort of a meta of his own here with the team selection.
Yeah, you see a lot of times to where every player kind of has their own vibe. Some will select their team a little bit more based on what their opponent gives. You saw that from Pikkarii in game number 1 and 2. He went from going with Vegas to switching and going with Carolina, and he won both games with Carolina. So maybe Artuzio having NikkeDangles in mind potentially when he looked through the teams and decided to go with this New York Rangers squad. NikkeDangles had a chance there but couldn't get it through. Artuzio with a chance there quickly as well, and I think you're going to expect a rather fast pace in this game as well, so believe. Both of these players, as we mentioned, so good with the puck on their stick. The mechanics are all there, and you just feel like that a scoring chance can come at any potential point.
Yeah, we already see it happening here. I think there's about 5 shots on goal already with the 7.5 minutes played of this game. And I feel like this is just going to continue throughout the series. It's going to be a lot of chances both ways. And it's going to be very crucial for either player to just be better at scoring goals from those.
And everyone that is watching on the Twitch side of things, you have just a few more seconds to get your prediction in to say whether you think Artuzio or NikkeDangles will take this game number 1. So if you want to get your prediction in, maybe have a chance to win yourself a few channel points, make sure to throw some down. If you have a little bit of confidence in your pick as a quick chance and a quick score, NikkeDangles with a smile on his face, and I don't blame him. He gets the opening goal of the series, a 1-0 lead over Artuzio in game 1.
And just what I was talking about, Artuzio gets a similar opportunity the other way, and right back the other way Nikke comes, and across crease, a one-timer, and that beats Shesterkin clean.
Yeah, and you know, you kind of saw it there, just some of that mechanical skill once again, able to create a little bit of space, get past the defender. Nice little cross crease play that is rather a simple play, but it's the moves that lead up to that that give you the opportunity to create that scoring chance. As Artuzio back on the other end, and he says, what you can do, I can do as well. A 1-1 game on what was a nearly identical setup and an identical goal to tie this at 1 apiece.
Yeah, I feel like we're gonna see quite many goals in this one. Just pulling up a little bit of a statistic from the group stage. Actually, we forgot to mention during the last series, Pikkarii and Easychasniper2 actually came from the same group, and Artuzio was also in that exact same group. So 3 players from that group made it to the semifinals of this tournament, and a crazy statistic. In the game between Artuzio and Pikkarii, there was 21 goals. It ended 11-10 in overtime, so I mean, that just tells you these games might get a little bit out of hand with the goal scoring.
Yeah, that is absolutely insane. And, you know, despite NikkeDangles and Artuzio not being in the same group, NikkeDangles, the lone player in the top 4 that was not in that group that you mentioned in the regular season. Again, these are two players that have played each other multiple times on the big stage, multiple times in these big tournaments, so they're familiar with each other's play. It's not going to be a situation of unfamiliarity, and it's also not going to be a situation to which either side has inexperienced. As NikkeDangles with a beautiful cycle puts it in, recaptures his lead. And it's a 2-1 game. You called it, Sopley. A lot of goals on tap. So far, that is ringing true.
Yeah, and NikkeDangles really likes to do these little around the boards plays, I've noticed. He did this a lot in the Finnish championships as well, and that just seems to be delivering for him big time here as he gets the game-leading goal in the first.
So a 2-1 lead for NikkeDangles is 3 goals in just 15 minutes, so we're averaging a goal every 5 minutes, and we're not done yet! Artuzio once again responds and ties it up. Folks, I hope you got your drinks, I hope you got your popcorn, or maybe even your cold autocracy if you're ever so lucky, because this one is not going to be one that you want to stand up, because if you do, you may just miss something big.
Yeah, I feel like we can't even go into any storylines here. We just have to watch the game, as there's like a goal scored every 30 seconds, so we just gotta be alert to make the calls on these goals all the time.
5-2 now, as we have got a goal-scoring affair here in game number 1. It feels like these games just continue to one-up one another, as Artuzio on the other end almost had his first lead of the contest, but just couldn't get all of that shot, as it'll force a reset. Here comes Artuzio in the neutral zone. He couldn't hold on to it and is picked up by NikkeDangles. Less than 3 minutes to play here in period number 1 of game number 1. We've already had plenty of action. 4 goals in the first period alone, and NikkeDangles makes it 5. Mikko Rantanen puts it in on the cross crease. A similar play as we saw from the first 4 goals. And NikkeDangles, once again, takes a 1-goal lead here in this game.
The offensive ability of both of these guys is just so good that every time they have a little bit of an opening in the opponent's defense, they're just gonna use it. They're not gonna be missing those sort of opportunities if you give them that.
As NikkeDangles trying to extend his lead for the first time. He's been able to get it to 1, but every time he does, Artuzio comes on the other end and finds a goal to respond with. NikkeDangles, 20 seconds left in the first period, working it around the offensive zone. Those quick passes, creating that space. A shot on, save made by Shesterkin. Artuzio fortunate there wasn't someone there for a rebound. Would have been a wide open goal if so. So he'll kill off the rest of the time. And that will do it. Whew, what a first period. 5 goals in 20 minutes. But it's NikkeDangles, they got 3 of the 5, a 3-2 lead for him, just 20 minutes into this first game of the series.
Yeah, this is just gonna be madness. I feel like we're just gonna keep seeing goals being scored in this match, and man, it's tough to even get a grab of what is going on the ice when both of these players are attacking the net with such speed. They don't hesitate at all. They don't cycle the puck too much. They're always looking at how to score very straightforward goals.
Absolutely, as we're seeing NikkeDangles start to control the possession game a little bit more here. Artuzio struggling to get it out, as maybe he can't hear as he forces the turnover. Lafreniere gets it out, but again, Artuzio not able to establish his own. NikkeDangles gets it right back. Gates it in with Manson, pass up to the point, but turned over, and here's Mika Zibanejad on a breakaway for Artuzio! Flying poke check works to perfection! NikkeDangles, more like Nicky saves! A massive play with the goaltender keeps this at a 3-2 game.
Huge save there, but the pressure is still on. Artuzio is still getting those bounces in the offensive zone to maybe get a shot on, but he doesn't. And here's a bounce the other way.
That was
it just
close
turns
as well.
from one end to the other, constant goal-scoring threat active all the time for both of these players.
Both sides mere inches away from finding a goal as NikkeDangles had that puck in the blue line, but unfortunately just did not trickle in for him, Artuzio. You see him, he is like, man, what do I gotta do to tie this game up, as that flying poke check from NikkeDangles kept the score at bay at 3-2. This is the action that we expected to see from these two. It's peak entertainment as Artuzio on the other end just couldn't squeak that pass through. High flying action here so far. We are halfway through game number 1. NikkeDangles cross crease. Saved by Shesterkin. NikkeDangles still on the attack. Yeah, we've seen the goaltending start to step up. We've seen a little bit of everything so far in this one. NikkeDangles once again with possession. As Lehkonen tried to skate to the middle, but a great defensive play from Artuzio. You mentioned the pressure that Artuzio applied there to create that breakaway. He mentioned that the forecheck was going to be the biggest factor for him if he wanted to win this game, and you saw him apply that a little bit right there, and you're seeing it once again. Just a forecheck trying to force that mistake from NikkeDangles offensively. And it creates a chance. Here.
Yeah, exactly. That forecheck, a lot of these top guys are really good at doing it. They want to try to control basically two players at once. They bring one player closer to the puck carrier, and with a really well-timed player switch, they're able to basically forecheck with two guys at the same time. So, like, it is just very difficult to break the puck out when Artuzio is doing that sort of a forecheck.
Again, just the experience of these two players. They play the game so much. They know the mechanics. They've mastered them. They know what they're able to do. And Artuzio, as you mentioned, using that second man to help him on the forecheck as he wiggles and contorts his way to the middle, puts it in, and just like that, once again, we are tied.
3-3. Honestly, this second period has had so many chances as well. I wouldn't be surprised if this game would have been 5-5 at this point, but 3-3, it's still a high-scoring game, and I got a feeling the third period is gonna be exactly like these two first ones.
As Artuzio showing off the hands. Oh, he had a cross-crease chance there, but a nice poke check from NikkeDangles. Artuzio, he's yet to lead in this game. Can he change that here on this possession? It's been back and forth. When one side scores, the other one responds immediately. It's been NikkeDangles, Artuzio, NikkeDangles, Artuzio, NikkeDangles, Artuzio for all 6 goals. It's gone in that order as we enter the latter stages of the second period. Artuzio currently in control of the puck in the neutral zone as he passes it over to Kreider. Kreider passes the blue line, couldn't get a shot on net, however. Now NikkeDangles comes in on the other end. Granted, low on energy, forces Nikke to slow down just a little bit on the rush. Gets to the middle stat. Pass across out in front to Granted from Makar, but couldn't find anything. Shot from the point. Easy save made by Shesterkin, and Artuzio going to play that out with just 15 seconds remaining in the second period. Last chance of the period here, more than likely. Artuzio moving his way towards the middle, tried to pass it across for a cross crease to Chris Kreider by saying that fast 3 times. But to no avail, and that will do it for period 2. Not as many goals as the first period, but just as many chances. And yet again, we are tied at an even score, 3-3, between these two players.
A lot of action, and I think both of these players actually like the way this game is going. If you were to ask both of these players right now, how are they feeling about the game, I think they would both be very positive, because they just like the flow of the game being really fast, and that is exactly what is happening. So I think they're both in the zone in that way, if that makes sense.
And, you know, it's interesting because we talked about it earlier between Artuzio and NikkeDangles. These are two guys that are both so good with the puck on their stick. Their ability to be able to create space with their mechanical play, it's really second to none. And we talked about how that would be such a factor in both of these series. And really, regardless in the finals, Pikkarii one of the better players at that. NikkeDangles one of the better players at that. And again, Artuzio also one of the better players at that. And then we saw earlier, even in our other semifinal series to where Easychasniper is a very good player in terms of being able to mechanically move his way to space with those stick movements. And you're seeing a lot of that here so far. In a game and in a series that doesn't have a lot separating these two, it's been little separating them as the shot hit the bottom post. NikkeDangles nearly took the lead back there on that shot. Here comes Artuzio on the counterattacks. A bit of jabs pass across the Kreider is picked off.
Yeah, Brandon, you're exactly right. There's no bad mechanical players at this point in the tournament. It's just maybe that little bit of extra edge in that department for NikkeDangles, as I mean, he more so relies on those quick little passes. For example, saucer passes, he utilizes those a lot. As Artuzio is more of a more straightforward type of hockey guy, in my opinion.
Yeah, and it's interesting with NikkeDangles because I think that a lot of people hear his name and they instantly think of him as one of the main catalysts for Valkoitin in Esports, formerly H-Reds, a four-time ECL Elite Division champion, a multiple-time best forward of the year, and leading goal scorer on the Elite Division. And you watch him play, and the way he plays the 1v1 game is very similar to the way he plays on the Sixes side. It's just that instead of having 500 teammates with him, he's the one controlling everything this time, and he has the same abilities on this end, and a lot of those same attributes that he has on the Sixes side that he brings to Valkoitin, and he brings in his own game on the 1v1. As here's a chance for him now. Pass across. Oh, a one-timer doesn't find its way in the back of the net. I believe Shesterkin got a piece of that with his glove.
Yeah, interesting point you brought up. That is, I totally agree with you with that. Nick has been able to convert his game from sixes to ones, and vice versa, I guess. Feels like he plays the similar style of play on both of those games, as he really just keeps up the pace of the game, as Artuzio there almost had a chance to cut to the middle.
Yeah, one of the better chances we've seen from either side so far in this period as we are entering the late stages of this third period. 6.5 minutes to play. We're still all knotted up at 3 apiece, and if you do want to see NikkeDangles on the Sixes side, you can catch him and Valkoitin in Esports face-off against Tunnel Vision in the Elite Division Finals. That'll be Friday and Saturday. Coverage starting at 20 CET. That's the equivalent of 8 p.m. CET. So if you want to catch him on the Sixes side, we'll have our first 3 games of that series Friday, and then the conclusion on Saturday. But more pressing matters here in front of us as Artuzio draws a penalty and we'll get a power play opportunity. First power play for either side. Massive chance here for Artuzio, but he's going to have to get the puck off the stick of NikkeDangles here first. NikkeDangles in the offensive zone. Has it at the point. Quickly working that puck around. Between the legs move. Tried to hit it backhand. Couldn't get the shot off, but NikkeDangles, he's doing what he needs to do. He is killing off that power play time. As another shot on that saved by Shesterkin. As this has been
a much of a power play right now.
Yeah, this has been a power kill here for NikkeDangles. I was just about to say that there.
Yeah. It looks like Artuzio isn't even able to get a proper attack going on his power play, as, yeah, time expires and they're going back to 5v5, but maybe that's better for Artuzio, as it wasn't looking good on that power play.
Possession the bookmark if Artuzio's not able to win this game, as a quick chance scooped up there by Georgiev, and NikkeDangles plays it out. 2.5 to play here in period 3, and we're entering next goal wins territory, and that could be the one! Nathan McKinnon on the cross crease, and NikkeDangles, in typical fashion of this game, takes the lead. But does Artuzio have another response in him? That's been the storyline so far. Whenever NikkeDangles takes the lead, Artuzio comes on the other end and ties it right back up.
Massive goal. 2 minutes remaining. There's not a lot of time for Artuzio. We do have the final minute of real time, so I mean, we've seen him score even faster than this many times, but Nikke does have the chance to kill this off the same way Pikkarii did in that game 3 of the other semifinal.
I was just going to ask you that there, Soaply. Does he take a page out of Pikkarii's playbook and just focus on trying to kill the time and denying Artuzio of the possession, which you honestly, I think, could argue could be even more valuable here, considering how back and forth it's been.
Yeah, you don't really want to keep it that way because stuff like this might happen where that looked like a really dangerous chance right there.
As the puck loose behind the net, Artuzio has it. Panarin, pass across the control check, save made there on the shot from Panarin. As there's 35 seconds remaining. Artuzio in the neutral zone turned over. Nice pick off there from NikkeDangles as he's offsides, and that might be a play where if you're NikkeDangles, you maybe would have liked to have seen him go back, reset, and kill the time.
Yeah, the offside, the worst thing that could have happened in that position. Of course, he's thinking he's gonna get the puck in deep, but just barely offside that time, and the face-off is the result.
Another neutral zone turnover from Artuzio. Now NikkeDangles killing off some time, holding the puck in the in the offensive zone. Now at the point, goes down low. Artuzio has to get the puck off the stick. Bumps it off, but NikkeDangles picks it up. 4 seconds remaining. NikkeDangles killing off the time. Shot on that glove by Shesterkin, but that will do it. A thrilling game one to set the tone for what is promising to be an entertaining series, and it's a 4-3 victory for NikkeDangles. And if you're Artuzio, you just kind of have to shrug your shoulders and say, man, what more could I have done here in this game? Felt like he did all the right things, but just was never able to get that goal to take the lead. NikkeDangles was able to find that game-breaking goal once again late, and, you know, it's just one of those things to where some games go your way, some games don't. This one went the way for NikkeDangles.
Yeah, a lot of chances both ways in that match, and I could sense a little bit of frustration from Artuzio after that last goal, because I believe there was a little bit of a mistake there on the blue line. He was trying to lay a hit on the play, but instead, with the total controls, he presses B, which makes him do a between the leg stick, and as a result of that, he lost the puck, and NikkeDangles, I mean, the finish was a beautiful one, but if you are Artuzio in that situation, you gotta feel a little bit frustrated. You did have your chances. To be fair, Nikke also had a lot of chances in that game. I feel like we could have seen maybe even the double amount of goals as we did, but that time just a 1-goal edge to Nikke.
Yeah, I can remember a few different saves that Shesterkin made back there for Artuzio that could have easily been a goal. You saw that puck that was sitting on the blue line just trickle outside, the one that hit off of the bottom post. So, as you mentioned, NikkeDangles could have had a few more goals, but nevertheless, he gets just enough to take a 1-0 series lead, just one win away from punching his ticket into the finals, but I'm sure Artuzio will have something to say about that. We're going to collect our breaths here for just a few seconds. We'll hear a quick word from our sponsor in COVID Autocracy, and then we will have the puck drop for game number 2. NikkeDangles takes game 1 4-3 in a thriller, 1 win away from the finals. Artuzio now in elimination territory. Don't go away. We'll be right back after the short break.
Minkä päällä lakukastike maistuu parhaalta? Ei voi tietää, ellei kokeile. Kouvolan lakritsi. Minkä päällä lakukastike maistuu parhaalta? Ei voi tietää, ellei kokeile. Kouvolan lakritsi.
All right, we are back and ready to go for game number 2 between Artuzio and NikkeDangles. NikkeDangles took game 1. Artuzio now in elimination territory as he has it right now in the offensive zone and tries to work it around. Controlling with Panarin, but he's immediately bumped off of that puck, but gets it back. Trocheck with the shot on, save made by Georgiev. And so hopefully, we kind of talked about it, the little mistakes that can cost you. Just one slight mistake from Artuzio cost him there on that fourth, and eventually what ended up being the game-winning goal. So now if you're Artuzio, how do you bounce back? What do you need to do to try to tie this series up and push it to a game 3?
I feel like I still want to think that he's probably pretty happy about the way the game itself went. Of course, he wants to limit Nikke's chances, as here Nikke does get one, but Shesterkin with another good save, as he was making good saves in that first game as well. But I feel like Artuzio, he has to kind of be happy with the way the game went. He was able to create enough chances to win that game potentially, but of course he does have to step up a little bit defensively to just keep Nikke off those 100% sure scoring chances.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with you. And, it's interesting because when you look at the stats from last game, 18 shots to 8 in favor of NikkeDangles, 10 minutes and 30 seconds time on attack compared to 5:53 for Artuzio. But, despite Artuzio having less shots and less time on attack, it felt like every chance he had was rather dangerous. So despite not having the highest quantity of shots, all of his chances were of equally high quality of what we saw from Nikke. There's a shot on there from NikkeDangles, nearly went in.
Whoa. Yeah, NikkeDangles also, as we were talking about Pikkarii in the last series, this is another area where NikkeDangles is one of the best in the world. He also has those little tricks up his sleeve, that little quick forehand shot that you can get off even when your player is technically on the backhand. That's what he did there. That was a dangerous chance, but that time Shesterkin made the save.
Yeah, sorry for cutting you off there, NikkeDangles. He just decided he wanted to go ahead and go for that quick opportunity right as we were talking about it. So far, a bit of a more tame start from what we saw in game number 1, halfway through the first period. Still looking for our first goals. Artuzio's shot swept away by Georgiev, but he's still on the push. The shot on from Roslovic, spinning backhand goes wide. Artuzio trying to use that forecheck a little bit, but NikkeDangles able to break past it. As a shot on, goes behind the net, doesn't hit Shesterkin. That one in front, however, does, and is easily saved. And Artuzio will play this out. Gustafsson up the right boards. Artuzio looking for a pass across, finds his man! That's Philip Cheadle with the score!
Finally someone's able to break through. I feel like this game has kind of been continuation of the last game. They've both had their chances, maybe a little bit slower of a start, but finally there's the first goal, and I got a feeling like this is just gonna keep happening throughout this entire series. Both guys just feeling their offense right now. Defense is a little bit whatever, but I think both of these guys are a little bit okay with it because they're feeling buzzing on the offensive side, so they're just gonna hope that they're able to be the more deadly one on those chances.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a matter of who's going to be able to get one more stop, right? I mean, both teams, as you mentioned, or both players rather, are really bossing it on the offensive end. They're playing their game. They feel comfortable with the way this game is going, even despite all of the chances. As, believe it or not, that is Artuzio's first lead of the series. It doesn't feel like it with the way he's played. You could argue that he maybe deserves a bit of a better fate than what he has, but nevertheless, he finds himself down in this series and in an elimination game, and he's up so far late in the first period with just 40 seconds remaining. He has in the offensive zone as Trouba gives it over to Panarin at the right boards. Artuzio working it over down low. Pass in front, he scores! Artemi Panarin puts it through, and Artuzio with the first multi-goal lead by either player in this series.
Yeah, huge goal to end the period there. A 2-goal lead. As we've noticed, a 1-goal lead is not very safe when you're facing either of these players. So a 2-goal lead is massive, but obviously there's a lot to be played here. So we'll see how this develops.
And you heard Artuzio mention it when we talked to him in the interview, when I asked him, what is it about you that seems to elevate his game in those big situations when things get tight, when there's a lot on the line, and when the stakes are at highest? And he said it. It's just something about that elimination feeling, that elimination game, when you know it's not the regular season, you know you have a lot on the line, your run can end with just one mistake, with one bad game, with one loss, and you're seeing it right now. He's elevating his game when things are at its tightest, knowing he lost that first matchup, and now here he is playing even better than what he was in game one, which, again, despite the loss, was a really well-played game from him.
Yeah, 100%. I gotta agree with that. It looks like he's doing exactly what he said he's doing in big games, and so far, I mean, he hasn't allowed a single goal in 25 minutes almost of game time, and on offense, he's been even more deadly than last game, so I gotta say, he's looking really strong on this one.
Yeah, and keep in mind, he came back from a 1-0 series deficit in the quarterfinals in that series against Kibix. So this is not unfamiliar territory for Artuzio. He's been here before and found his way to a series win, hoping he can do so here again. NikkeDangles trying to find his way back into this one. It feels like he's lost a little bit of that momentum. Artuzio really starting to step up here defensively. NikkeDangles struggling to break into the offensive zone here.
Maybe. Oh, there's a breakaway.
Kreider with it. Forehand poke checked away by Onanen. That is a huge play there for NikkeDangles, and that was all on the computer goaltending. Massive there. I feel like Artuzio could just taste this game breaking open right there.
Yeah, I was just about to say that maybe Artuzio is one of those guys which I always joke about it. I just say, why even win the game one when you don't even have to? Because right, you only have to start winning in game two if it's a best of three. So maybe that's the way he's approaching this, the second game. He's just gonna be playing the best game of his life, basically, in those elimination games.
Yeah, and I mean, you saw that from Pikkarii. Here's Artuzio, and he scores! NikkeDangles' manual goal lead. You wonder if maybe he was expecting the pass across. Artuzio kept it with the puck carrier, and NikkeDangles left him a wide open net, so the aggressive play comes back to bite him, and it's a commanding 3-0 lead for Artuzio here in this elimination game.
Yeah, one of those situations, it was practically a 2-0. You gotta switch to goalie and just pray you make the right call on whether the opponent is gonna pass or shoot it, and that time it did not work out for Nikke. But here he comes back the other way and scores.
Yeah, NikkeDangles getting his first goal of the game. We saw earlier a 3-goal comeback in game 3. Easychasniper2 was down 4-1. He tied it up 4-4. NikkeDangles trying to mark a comeback trail of his own here. That's a good start. Artuzio trying to rush his way down the other end to get his goal back, but not able to. NikkeDangles now on the counterattack. Coming in with speed with Kale McCarr. Lost the puck, however, and now Artuzio gets possession, but not for long as it's picked off by Sean Walker, and here comes NikkeDangles on the other end as the puck was loose in front, picked up by Keandre Miller. Halfway through game 2, Artuzio leads 3-1, trying to extend his lead there, but not able to get a shot off. A well-created chance, however. NikkeDangles in the offensive zone. Shot on. Save made by Shesterkin. Puck in front. Couldn't find another shot as a line change going to be made by Artuzio, who will back up, reset, and slow things down. Controls it with Panarin in the neutral zone and crosses the blue line over to Hito. Pass across. Shot on. Save made by Onanen.
Good try right there, bringing it to the forehand, but Onanen just a better save.
And the 2-on-1 on the other end leads to a NikkeDangles goal. So just like that, NikkeDangles back in this game, and you talked about the counterattacking, how Artuzio would be the one to try to take advantage of that. You saw it this time from NikkeDangles able to do that for his own right.
Yeah. As I said that earlier as well, that these guys all know how to score off of those counterattacks, so Nikke is no exception to that, and we have a game here. We really do.
Yeah, from 3-0 to 3-2, and a lot of time left. 3:10 left of the second period. You have the entire third period, so all of a sudden, a new look on this game for both players. And something interesting here for Artuzio, he has a chance to do something very rare in any tournament, as he knocked out the 3 seed in ECL in round 1. He knocked out the 1 seed in Pikkarii in the quarterfinals, and now he faces the 2 seed in NikkeDangles. So he has a chance to knock out the first, second, and third overall seeds in this tournament, but NikkeDangles saying, nah, not so fast, my friend. 3 unanswered goals, and just like that, we are tied at 3 apiece.
There we see, this is exactly the goal I was talking about earlier, the little backhand to quick forehand shot. That is a very specific thing you can do right in that spot of the ice. You have to get right there into the middle, which obviously that is, you cannot allow a player into that sort of position in front of the net, but still, that's just great mechanical skill by Nikke there to be able to score from that situation, because normally it would just be on the backhand there.
And that's what we talked about with NikkeDangles. That is when he is at his best, when he can utilize that mechanical skill. And when we asked him about it during the interview, he said it's just grinding the game. Years and years, hours and hours of practicing, perfecting that craft that has given him that ability that not many other players on the European side, or really arguably throughout the world, can really match.
Yeah, 100% that plays into it. He's always learning the new things about the new game and just developing on it. Just whatever he has learned in the past, just building on that every year.
Let me quickly go into the third period. A shot on, they score! Artuzio! The cross crease to Artemi Panarin, his second goal of the game. That's exactly what Artuzio needed. He retakes his lead.
Have we seen this movie before, where someone is up by 3, they lose the lead, but then they get the leading goal back the other way?
Feels very much like game 1, doesn't it? Only the roles that reversed, where NikkeDangles is the one trying to tie things up. Artuzio being the one that continuously takes his lead back. As chance there for NikkeDangles, but Shesterkin will hold on to it, as Artuzio not wanting to risk a turnover there, and understandably so.
Yeah, you don't want to be risking it this late into these games. We have seen a lot of passing the pucks out with the goalie, but maybe this is the time of the series where the players get a little bit cautious about doing that too much.
Yeah, and especially for Artuzio, knowing what is on the line. Down 1-0 in the series, has to win to keep his finals hopes alive, as NikkeDangles have a chance in the offensive zone. Another shot, and he scores! Gerard puts it through, and you said it, Sopoli. It's like we've seen this movie before. NikkeDangles ties it up once again, just like we saw Artuzio do constantly in game 1.
Yeah, yet again. So this seems to be the trend today. In every single matchup we're seeing, people just climb back from seemingly impossible situations, and Nikke has once again come back first from 3-0 down to tie it at 3, and now he ties it up again after Artuzio had that brief lead there for a moment.
And again, it's the second time we've seen a 3-goal comeback today. Easychasniper2 came back from 3 down in game number 3. Wasn't able to seal the deal for the victory, but NikkeDangles is going to hope to do that here and still clinch a spot in the finals against Pikkarii with a win in this game, who I am sure is watching with full intent very closely, probably scouting out both of these two just a little bit as he eyes on this thrilling, entertaining matchup. Hopefully he's just enjoying the show a little bit too.
Yeah, I imagine he's watching there mainly for entertainment purposes, because I mean these matches have been unbelievable.
And I mean, quite frankly, how can you not? I mean, this has been absolutely amazing between these two players, two of the best in Europe as a puck rolls through! The move to the front, the puck trickles in. Lafreniere was the one to get it. But wow, that is an unfortunate break for NikkeDangles, but give Artuzio credit, he put himself in the position to get that play by moving to the front of the net.
Yeah, 100% cuts across. He's not able to get a proper shot off, but somehow I believe maybe that was poked or something, and here comes a breakaway for Trocheck.
Yes, Artuzio maybe not done. Up by one, trying to extend his lead. That's been a rarity for both sides, extending the lead. Only one multi-goal lead, and even that was relinquished as NikkeDangles scored those 3 straight. But time's starting to get thin here on NikkeDangles if he does want to mark another comeback, as just 6 minutes remaining in the third period, and as things stand, we will go to a game 3. Artuzio wanting to hold on to that. As you see, he's being very careful with possession. Breaks it out over to Hedel, but couldn't hold on as he finds the Benajad on the second chance. Pass over to the corner boards, and Hedel gets to it, but couldn't hold on, as here comes NikkeDangles on the other end. 4.5 minutes remaining here in period 3, as it'll be called offside. And a timeout. Get a quick look at the stats, and so far rather even between these two teams. More shots on net for Artuzio, as well as more offensive zone time from what he saw in game 1. And as you mentioned, didn't play bad in game 1, but just goes to show you that his game had another level to it on the offensive end. He's created a lot more opportunities for himself.
Yeah, this has been kind of like the mirror image of the last game, where Nick edged out on the little bit of extra shots on goal as well as time on attack, and in this game it's just reversed roles, it seems.
It's just 2 minutes remain here in period 3. Artuzio looking to hold on, to push this series to an all-decisive game number 3. As you see, he reverses course, doesn't want to turn it over, playing the possession game. But it is turned over in his own zone as NikkeDangles gets it back in the neutral zone and will call for a line change. Gets his first line out there, I believe. 50 seconds to play. Artuzio gets it back after the turnover and gives it over to Keandre Miller. Turnover! Ran to the pass across! What a save! Shesterkin robs NikkeDangles at the tying goal!
Unbelievable save there, as we see NikkeDangles almost jump out of his chair when he saw that puck was gloved by Shesterkin. That's unbelievable, just to be able to keep this game a 1-goal lead for him.
And that is why we love being able to have those cameras available to us. So a big thank you to both Artuzio and NikkeDangles for providing us with those. As NikkeDangles a 2-on-1, McKinnon over to Gerard, but it's blocked by Lindgren. Another chance, Sharmy scores! The captain, Landeskog, ties it up for NikkeDangles with mere seconds remaining.
Wow, now he gets it. No more Shesterkin saves on that one. We're tied in the last seconds of this game, but if previous signs continue, maybe Artuzio, he hasn't been down all game. Usually that has meant the player that hasn't been down wins the game, but who knows, maybe this will be the exception.
Will be overtime and regulation. Artuzio shot on, swept away by Onanen. 5 seconds remaining. Artuzio controls it over the corner board. Doesn't have a chance to do anything in front, and that will do it. And well, so believe we've seen everything else. Why not add an overtime to the mix? 5-5 your score, and the stakes could not be any higher. A NikkeDangles goal pushes him to the finals, and Artuzio goal pushes this series to an all-decisive game 3.
Yeah, it was about time to get one of these overtimes into this broadcast as well, because I mean we've basically had it all except for an overtime. So now we get that, and I mean the next goal is just so huge here.
And for those in the chat, feel free to tell us, who do you think will get that game-winning goal? Will it be Artuzio? Will it be NikkeDangles? Let's find out as overtime number 1 is underway. NikkeDangles with possession, but lost it quickly. Here comes Artuzio on the counterattack, but he's bumped off of that puck in the neutral zone. Brings it in the offensive zone, pass across, goes wide, and finds his way to Landeskog. Now the Taze at the point, to Gerard, to Landeskog, shot on, blocked in front by Miller. NikkeDangles still in possession, goes behind the net. Still holding it there, trying to find that pass and that cutter across, but it wasn't there in time. Shot from the slow, boy, that shot from the high slot nearly found its way to an open rebound, but no one there to get a stick on it for NikkeDangles. Here comes Artuzio on the other end. Kreider holding it at the left side. Artuzio turns, goes towards the middle, pass across, can't get the shot off. Behind the net, works his way over to the corner board as passes it over to Shield. Heedle, pass across, picked off by Taze. Nearly an open cross crease that led to the OT winner. NikkeDangles, however, Johnny on the spot to make the play defensively. Artuzio takes over possession. NikkeDangles applying some pressure for the forecheck. Artuzio breaks past it up the left boards with Fox. Fox holding on to the puck at the left corner board. Looking for a passing option. Nothing available for Artuzio so far, and he just goes to the point over to Panarin. They switch, and here comes NikkeDangles. NikkeDangles with an opportunity, stops, looks, nothing there. Great defense there, played by Artuzio. 8 minutes in the overtime number 1. We will go until we have a winner. Pikkarii, I'm sure, watching this with full intent. As a pass across over to Kreider, couldn't get the shot off. Another chance there, picked off in the slot by Walker. Here comes NikkeDangles on the other end. Lehkonen to Colton, to O'Connor, behind the net. NikkeDangles trying to find a play, but nothing was available to him. Both players really shoring up defensively, taking away those opportunities in the middle of the ice. NikkeDangles on the counter, couldn't find anything. Zibanejad, as for Artuzio, pass to Heedle, breakaway, poke check from behind. Big defensive play by NikkeDangles, but the job not done as Artuzio gets it back in the offensive zone. Artuzio looking, trying to find the pass across, but nothing there. NikkeDangles, a quick little glance at the camera. I think he knows that was close as well. Moving it up is Artuzio. Controls it with Panarin at the left corner board. Reverses to the high slot, shot on. Save made by Onanen, and he's going to pass it out. Big save! Puck loose in front, scooped up by a sprawling Onanen. And this time, NikkeDangles not going to take the risk. He'll hold on to it.
Yeah, after that, you don't want to be passing it another time. I would say that was like on the risk scale, at least a 7 out of 10 right there. That was pretty close, not gonna lie, but Onanen keeps this game alive. Could we be in for a double overtime, possibly?
6 minutes away from that double overtime, as I'm sure both of these players, they don't necessarily want it, but they thrive in these moments as Artuzio has possession. Couldn't get it and holds on to it, but Schneider will get it back for him in the offensive zone. Roslovic to Wenberg at the left face-off circle. Artuzio looking for something, looking for a pass, looking for a shot. He doesn't have either. Pass across. Oh, he hit the post with the shot. It just went wide. Wide open net. It would have been the winner. And here's a 2-on-1 for NikkeDangles. Has Druin. Backhand glove save by Shesterkin. Puck loosed in front. Scooped up by Shesterkin after Artuzio played it out. And he'll hold on and freeze it.
Nah, like, surely this game, like, this series just deserves a game 3. This, like, if this goes 2-0, I don't think that series score really tells you the story of how these games went. Of course, like, this game is still a 50-50. NikkeDangles might win this one, but I don't think if this goes 2-0, I don't think that tells you the entire story of these games.
Artuzio breaks it out. Has Keandre Miller on a breakaway. Backhand, he scores! Game 3 you ask, game 3 you receive. Artuzio wins it in overtime, 6-5. The breakaway from Keandre Miller. NikkeDangles went for the flying poke check. It's burned him a couple of times. Artuzio read it again. and he pushes it to an all-decisive game number 3.
Wow, well, again, what an unbelievable game. And once again, it was NikkeDangles this time battling after being down, 3 separate times in this game, just climbs back, ties it up every single time. But in the end, in overtime, we got a crazy overtime with a lot of chances both ways, but in the end, Artuzio able to win this one, and oh boy, we have a game 3 in our hands.
Yeah, and I mean, you kind of said it. It feels like that's about right. You know, both of these players have been just phenomenal throughout the series, and you know, give NikkeDangles some credit. He was mere inches away from pulling off that flying poke check, but Artuzio just able to avoid it there on that backhand move, puts it in, gets the game winner, and gives himself more life, as now it will go to a game 3 to decide the winner. Pikkarii will have to wait one more game to see who his opponent will be in the finals, as both games decided by just the goal. NikkeDangles wins 5-4 in game 1, then Artuzio wins 6-5 in game 2 in overtime, nearly double overtime, as this is exactly what we expect of Sopoli, a close series, not a lot separating these two, and game 3 promises to deliver yet again. I would be shocked if it is not another 1-goal game of how close these two players have been.
Yeah, just unbelievable games throughout. It's like there hasn't seemed to be a single time in any of these games where it seems like one of the players is just gonna walk away with the win, even though we did see even a 3-goal lead in that matchup. But Nikke just grinded his way, tied it up 2 more times in that match. And I mean, yeah, we're just gonna, is the content ever gonna end? We just get banger of a game after another.
These guys have a few more gray hairs after this one, but I'll tell you this, we love it, the viewers love it, I'm sure Pikkarii loves it, as he's gonna have to face one of these two guys here in the finals. He gets to just enjoy it with us. Folks, game 3 on tap. We are gonna take a short break. Grab your drink, grab your snack, use the bathroom, do whatever you gotta do here over the next 3 minutes, because you are not going to want to miss this next game, as we will have our final decided here in this next game. Will be NikkeDangles, will be Artuzio. Game 3 on tap to decide it after this break.
Minkä päällä lakukastike maistuu parhaalta? Ei voi tietää, ellei kokeile. Kouvolan lakritsi. Minkä päällä lakukastike maistuu parhaalta? Ei voi tietää, ellei kokeile. Kouvolan lakritsi.
Alright, I hope you got everything you need because Game 3 is on tap and ready to go. The winner faces off against Pikkarii in the finals as Artuzio pushed this to a Game 3 after a 6-5 OT victory in Game number 2. NikkeDangles got a quick chance, did not hesitate, but a save was made by Shesterkin and he's still pushing. And NikkeDangles is one of those guys to where when he loses, he does not take kindly to it. He reaches another level. As you see an example of it there, a quick and early goal to kick off this game.
A great start for Nikke, exactly what you want in this series, as both times actually the winner of each game has so far been the party that hasn't been down in the game a single time, so it's a good sign so far for Nikke and his Colorado Avalanche. But let's see if Artuzio is able to make the first exception to the rule as Makar for Nikke goes 5-hole on that play.
And it's also been the party that scored first as NikkeDangles doubles his lead on that goal, and it just feels like such a frenzy when NikkeDangles attacks like this. Like, you really almost just kind of get caught off guard a little bit by it. You feel like you're on your heels as NikkeDangles is just flying right now on the offensive end.
Yeah, 4 chances already, and all of those were like actually good scoring chances as well. He could have 4 already, which is insane. We've only played 5 minutes of this game, but there's actually a power play for Artuzio, and Nikke maybe a little bit too excited with the start he got in this game.
Yeah, I mean, he kind of just jumped on Artuzio and started attacking him, and realistically, it worked out up until that penalty. So a big chance for Artuzio to try to get himself back in this game, and a shot and he scores! How about the patience? Didn't go for the initial one-timer, waited just the 1 second to get that shot off, beat the goaltender Anananen, and that's exactly what Artuzio needed to slow down that momentum that NikkeDangles had.
It's huge to get that first goal this early, because you don't want to be losing for long periods of time, as we've seen in this series. A lot of times these players have been able to tie the game really fast when their opponent has got the lead, so let's see if Artuzio is able to do that, as Nikke created another really good scoring chance, and right now it's going to be Nikke going on the power play.
Yeah, late penalty there on Artuzio, and you know, Sopley, tell me if you heard this before. We once again have a 1-goal game, but NikkeDangles try to make it back to a 2-goal game here on the power play. As for those in Twitch, feel free to put your prediction in the chat for who you think is going to win in Game 3. Just a few more seconds left on that prediction. You want to put some channel points on it, so make sure you get that in as soon as you can if you want to. Do you think it'll be Artuzio or will it be NikkeDangles? Moving on to the final round. Offside call.
A pretty interesting thing that I now thought about. I don't think there has been a single goal scored throughout this whole series after your opponent made the game closer, if that makes sense. So not a single time when someone has had a multi-goal lead and they have been scored against, they have never been able to score. The opponent has always been able to tie the game from that position.
Yeah, an interesting point there, which, I mean, for Artuzio, you gotta wonder how he feels about that, especially since he's having to kill off this penalty. As almost trickled its way in past Shesterkin. But Artuzio kills off the penalty successfully. Now here he comes immediately on the other end. Gets in the offensive zone, but not for long as Anananen gets it, and will play it out as NikkeDangles wants to move quickly. Middle stab, with it, shot on, odd angle there, but NikkeDangles got a decent opportunity, and Artuzio will play this out. As the forecheck of NikkeDangles forces the turnover. He's in the offensive zone now, but could not do anything with it. That's just 8 minutes remaining in this first period. We've already seen 3 goals in the first 12 minutes of game number 3. NikkeDangles have a 2-1 lead. He has the puck in the offensive zone momentarily, but Artuzio regains possession, moves into the opposite end. Artuzio trying to find something, puck loose, as, Onanen was the one that had it. I couldn't tell where that one went, but it looked like it was maybe around the crease. Artuzio almost had himself the tying goal right there as a backhand shot gloved away by Shesterkin, and Artuzio gonna hold on for the stoppage. As if you are just now joining us, you missed some of the action earlier. We saw a 3-game best-of-3 series earlier between Easychasniper and Pikkarii. Pikkarii winning games 2 and 3 to move on to the finals, and NikkeDangles and Artuzio, both of those games decided by a goal, as they now meet in this decisive game 3, as we will have the coverage of our final series after this one. So make sure you stick with us. We will crown a champion here on today's broadcast, as that shot from NikkeDangles was saved by Shesterkin, and here comes Artuzio on the other end. Moving his way past the defender, takes a big hit, however, couldn't get past the second one, as here comes NikkeDangles on the other end. Turned over as Artuzio gets it. Just 2 minutes remaining in period 1. NikkeDangles now in possession. Calls for a line change, but it's turned over. Artuzio in the neutral zone, couldn't hold on to it. Our attacking opportunity, and it feels like in the last few minutes things have slowed down ever so slightly, at least to this game standards, and right as we say it, NikkeDangles in the blink of an eye creates a chance. It's a goal. Cale Makar was the one that put it in, and it's a 3-1 NikkeDangles lead.
Yeah, a little bit of a broken play in the neutral zone there. Looked like both parties lost the puck a couple of times. Wasn't sure which way the attack was gonna go, and in the end it was Nikke, and he was able to score off that little quick break.
So a 3-1 lead, and you saw the shot difference there momentarily, 11-3 in favor of NikkeDangles in that first period. And though it doesn't feel like Artuzio has played poorly, you have to feel like he's going to have to find a way to get some more opportunities in the offensive zone if he wants to have a chance at getting back into this game.
Yeah, so far Nikke has been playing his best game throughout this whole series right now. Artuzio needs to get his game going the same way he was playing in game 2. We haven't really seen that yet in this game. Let's see if he's able to bounce back.
Yeah, and that's what these games come down to, especially with two players of this high of a caliber, two guys that really elevate their game in these situations with a lot on the line. We talked to Artuzio about that earlier. That's something he says he feels like he thrives in, just that feeling of it being an elimination game, knowing what the stakes are. He was able to pull through again in game number 2 in that situation, but so far game 3 a different story. He's trailing by 2 as we near the halfway point of this one. As NikkeDangles in the offensive zone, the last shot he had went wide. He's still in the offensive zone, however, cycling it around. Controls behind the net. Waiting for an option. Pass in front, he scores! Gerard puts it in. Beautiful movement for NikkeDangles on the cycle. And now this game's starting to open up a bit in favor of NikkeDangles. But remember, we've seen a 3-goal lead relinquished twice so far today, so Artuzio far from out of this one.
Yeah, so far we haven't really seen much hope for Artuzio in this game, except now he gets one back, which is huge, because it was almost looking like Nikke was just gonna run away with this game, but no, says Artuzio.
I told you, man, you are officially a broadcaster when you pull out the commentator's jinx. You've done it once or twice now, as it happens again right there. Right when you say there might not be a lot of hope, Artuzio finds a goal, cuts the lead to 2. But here comes NikkeDangles on the other end on the one-timer, gloved away from Shesterkin, but he couldn't hold on to the puck, so NikkeDangles still on the attack. He holds it over at the point with Valerian and Shuskin. To Walker. Now over down low behind the net. He's tied up, but gets out of it. Just cycling this puck around right now. Controls with Rantanen and goes down low to Makar. Makar back up to the point. Beautiful quick passes right now from NikkeDangles. This is when he's at his best as he creates the quick shot, but a better save from Shesterkin. There's another shot on, another save made. Full pressure now for NikkeDangles. That's the first time we've seen full pressure in any of our games today. And it does not last long as Artuzio gets it out of the zone just before NikkeDangles is able to take advantage of it.
Yeah, that's actually true. I didn't even think about that. We have not seen that full pressure go on too much, as I guess it just shows you that all four of these players that we've seen play today don't really rely too much on that cycle game as much as just trying to score off the rush.
Yeah, and with the way that they've changed full pressure over the last couple of weeks and months, you can't just hold that puck in the offensive zone to get that mirror to go up. It takes a combination of zone time, shots on net, creating opportunities. It's a mix of things, and it just goes to show you how even all these competitors are as the cross crease leads to a goal. And hold on just a second, Artuzio is right back in this game once again. And NikkeDangles does not like what he sees. He's going to call a timeout to try to settle down the momentum.
I think you were right about saying I'm official and broadcaster now, because what is going on? All of a sudden, as soon as I say that it has seemed like there's no hope for Artuzio, he scores 2 back-to-back. He has 5 shots on goal, 3 goals, and he's back within 1. We have another 1-goal game.
Yeah, and these two players might need some Advil after this one with the amount of back and forth we have seen. It might cause a bit of a headache. For 1 minute you're up, then you're down, then you're up, then you're down, then you're tied. It has been all over the place in this series as Artuzio is back in this one, down by just 1 after trailing by 3. Just a few minutes ago. 4 minutes remaining here in the second period. Artuzio control it. Do we see another 3-goal comeback here on this broadcast? We've seen 2 today. Artuzio looking to make it a third, and if he does, it would be 3 different players that have made it happen. NikkeDangles has it in the offensive zone. Behind the net, loses control of that as the pass went awry, and he'll force a reset. 2 minutes remaining now. NikkeDangles, stretch pass on the saucer, works to perfection the middle step, but he couldn't do anything with it once he crossed the blue line. Artuzio moves it up with Panarin. 40 seconds remaining now in period 2. Shot on. Save made there by Onanen. Artuzio still applying the pressure offensively. 8 seconds remain. Artuzio controls it with Lafreniere. Can't keep it as he's bumped off of that by Nichushkin. NikkeDangles rushes down the other end, but not enough time to do anything with it, as that will do it for period number 2. Advantage of that period goes to Artuzio. Cuts that lead down to 1. Now has an entire third period to try to make the comeback happen.
And the momentum, he has scored 2 in a row. And we have seen this, as you mentioned, Brandon. We have seen multiple 3-goal comebacks already. So, I mean, I would place a bet on Artuzio right now, feeling like he will tie this game up.
See if he does it. He's moving in the offensive zone as he has the puck in the corner board, but lost it. It's picked up by NikkeDangles, but it's turned over. Fox has it and gives it over to Miller. Artuzio working, trying to find space. Pass across, picked off there by Landeskog. Nice defensive play there made by NikkeDangles, who will slow things down and go for a line change. Methodically working his way into the offensive zone. Rushes up the boards out, passes, and he scores! Devon Tays gives NikkeDangles his multi-goal lead back. That is a massive one, with Artuzio having all the momentum over the last few minutes.
Yeah, this a heartbreaking goal to give up in this situation. You've managed to climb back within 1. Here's a chance.
Breakaway, forehand, he scores! Hedl on a heater! Converts on the breakaway, another goal for him. And just when you thought NikkeDangles may have pulled ahead, Artuzio comes right back and closes the gap once again.
Unbelievable. I mean, I just want to see another overtime at this point. I don't even care if it's like 17-17, but just give us like an overtime game yet again. I don't really even care who wins at this point. These games just have been unreal right now.
Oh, a turnover there from Artuzio leads to a chance for NikkeDangles. Can he capitalize? He turns it over. Artuzio brings it up in the neutral zone and now across the blue line momentarily, but he's bumped off of that puck. He's now going to reset. Folks, this series has been a barn burner. It is delivered in every aspect so far as a save from Oniden. That was the tying goal on the stick of Artuzio, but he just couldn't deny the goaltender.
What a crazy save right there. Unreal save on that breakaway opportunity. It looked like Artuzio was almost ready to celebrate there based on his reaction to that save, but he still has 10 minutes to try to get another chance to tie this one up.
Halfway through this third period, as you mentioned, a lot of time here for Artuzio, but he can't take too much advantage of the time. This pass across! Wheeler puts it in! The comeback happens again! 5-5, your score, and a timeout going to be called by Artuzio this time as his players are low on energy. But folks, tell me you are not entertained. Try to tell me you aren't entertained by the action we have here in this series.
Am I supposed to say something? I just rather eat my popcorn at this point. And like, what is even going on at the moment? 8 minutes to go, and I have a feeling this is not even close to over.
Not even close at all. You could see 2 or 3 more goals happen by the end of this one as here comes Artuzio again on the other end, but nothing there for him. NikkeDangles now controls it momentarily. He's bumped off that puck, but gets it back with Landeskog. Pass across, save, no, he scores it! But can it beat Shesterkin? I thought he was gonna get to it, but he did not, and NikkeDangles puts himself back on top, a 6-5 lead, nearly identical from what we saw in Game 2 from Artuzio.
Yeah, I mean, just wow. This series has been unbelievable so far, and we still have 6 minutes of time. That is plenty of time for Arto to try to tie this up yet again. Let's see if he's able to do it once more.
Puck battle behind the net, less than 5 minutes remaining. Pass across. Ooh, almost had a chance there, but could not get the shot off in time. As Artuzio controls it, 4 minutes remaining. He has got to get a goal here quickly if he wants to punch his ticket into the finals. He's down by 1. NikkeDangles, he can see it, he can taste it, he can smell it. A trip to the finals against Pikkarii on the line. He controls it behind the net. He'll be playing that possession game here, knowing that he just doesn't want to turn the puck over. We saw this from Pikkarii to clinch game number 3 earlier in our first series today, but it's turned over, and now here comes Artuzio, using those mechanics to get past the defender, but he turns it over as he's bumped by a pair of defenders in the neutral zone. NikkeDangles with it. Pass across, shot saved by Shesterkin! That would have been the clincher potentially. Bookmark that one if Artuzio can tie this game up. 50 seconds to play. Puck turned over. Here comes Artuzio with Trocheck. Holds it, stops, looking for a passing option, but nothing there. He's bumped from behind. Here comes NikkeDangles on the other end now. 35 seconds remain. He holds in the offensive zone, dumps it down low. Puck bumped off of his stick. He turns it over, but he gets it right back. Artuzio unable to start the breakout as NikkeDangles playing the possession. Artuzio having to watch that time tick away. His hopes for the finals ticking away. He has 16 seconds to find a goal as he finds the puck again. He gives it up to Lafreniere over at the right side, but it's turned over. NikkeDangles has it in the neutral zone. 9 seconds remaining. He loses it. 7 seconds. Last gasp here for Artuzio. Does he have one more chance? Turned over. Found by NikkeDangles, and that will do it. NikkeDangles closes it out. He wins it in 3 games, a 6-5 victory, another 1-goal game in what is one of the most thrilling best-of-3 series you could possibly have ever asked for.
Yeah, I mean, you said it. You said it. That was one of the craziest series I remember, like, in a long time, honestly. All 3 games. just comeback after comeback. That's the craziest part. Every single time someone got a huge lead in those games, the other player was able to climb back and tie it. And wasn't every single game a one-goal game in the end as well? I'm pretty sure they were.
Yeah, and it's a shame that either of these two have to sit back and watch the final and not participate, because both Artuzio and NikkeDangles were absolutely phenomenal. Comebacks from both sides, constant offense on both ends, the goalies even making big saves, great defensive plays. This series had everything that you could possibly ask for. Overtimes, comebacks, big plays, flashy moves. This is the exact epitome of what you love to see and what we love about this tournament every single year. And Sopali, you want to know the best part? We're not done. We still have one more series to go, as our finals are now set. It'll be Pikkarii versus NikkeDangles, and we will have that ready here in just a few moments' time. We're going to take a short break. I'm going to collect my breath, check my heart rate, and refill my drink. I recommend everyone else do the same, because folks, we got a fun series on tap here in just a few minutes. We will preview it, talk to both players beforehand, and get a quick look at what to expect here from this series as NikkeDangles and Pikkarii get set for our ECL 24 Spring 1v1 final. So let's hear a quick word from our sponsor and co-owner on Artuzio. We'll take a short break, and we'll be right back in just a few minutes' time.
Minkä päällä lakukastike maistuu parhaalta? Ei voi tietää, ellei kokeile. Kouvolan lakritsi. Minkä päällä lakukastike maistuu parhaalta? Ei voi tietää, ellei kokeile. Kouvolan lakritsi.
Alrighty, welcome back as we get set to set the stage for our finals between Pikkarii and NikkeDangles. Brandon B. Mage Big to be alongside my partner, Lardy Instrom, better known as Sopoli. And Sopoli, we just came off of probably one of the all-time great series in the history of this 1v1 side of the ECL. And now we get set for another great series that promises to probably be just as good. That feels almost ambitious to say that, but with these two players, it feels very possible. It's not crazy to say they could be just as good.
It is possible. It is very possible. We've seen two unreal series today already, to be honest. And I mean, that last one, just back and forth, crazy amounts of comebacks and everything we had with Nick and Artuzio. I mean, I'm almost like out of energy to watch these finals, but I mean, these are the biggest games that we still have yet to be played.
Yeah, we're going to decide a champion here in just a matter of moments as we'll take a quick look at the bracket as you can see how these two players have gotten to this point. If you weren't with us earlier, Pikkarii was able to make his way past Easychasniper2 2-1 after dropping game number 1. Wins game 2 and game 3, made some huge adjustments that we'll have to make sure to ask him about here when we talk to him in a few moments. While you just saw the last series, NikkeDangles is able to beat Artuzio 2-1 in that series, back and forth one in which all 3 games were decided by just a goal. One of them decided in overtime. And again, these two have been two of the best players all season long. It's no surprise to see them at this point. And how about this for a fun fact? NikkeDangles on Valkoitinen, Pikkarii on Tunnel Vision. That is the finals on the Sixes side. So these two are going to be very familiar with each other by the end of the week, with them meeting with trophies and euros on the line. As we'll get a look at the prize pool here as well. And, you know, this is what we expect to see out of this tournament every year, Sopoli, is that you have the best fighting for euros, fighting for trophies. And this is what we're getting here with the series today.
Yeah, 100%. This is just like everything's laid perfectly. The same players facing off in the Sixes side as well, which is like just a funny thing to throw into the mix as well. And I mean, this is gonna be a great series, I have a feeling.
Absolutely. Well, either way, either NikkeDangles or Pikkarii, both of them are 150 euros richer than they were before today, but they also want to go for that 300. As you can see, 300 euros going to the winner of today's finals, and obviously still the grand finals to go as well. So good amount of euros on the line for either of these two sides. As we'll take a look at the matchup between NikkeDangles and Pikkarii, looking at how they got here, what they've been able to do, and both in the playoffs and in the regular season, it's been rather even. Games a little bit more high scoring on the side of Pikkarii than they have been for NikkeDangles, which is rather surprising considering what we just saw in that last series and how high scoring those games were. But nevertheless, the goal differentials pretty even.
Yeah, and actually I think the stats for NikkeDangles aren't yet updated since
that seems
has
about right.
Fewer games played, so I'd assume they're pretty close to being even all around with those stats. It maybe even a little bit more high scoring in terms of NikkeDangles games, but I mean, yeah, both of these guys know how to score, but maybe there is a little bit of a weakness on the defensive side, as both of these players have allowed quite many goals throughout these playoffs.
Yeah, these two of the most skilled players mechanically that you will find in this game. So they're going to be able to open up some offense, and it could lead to something similar from what we saw in that last series. We saw what Pikkarii was able to do in his semifinals matchup, and we're about to talk to him here in a few moments as we get that interview set up for you right now. And it's going to be interesting as we saw what he was able to do in that first series, as he was able to knock off a really good opponent in Easychasniper2. As it looks like we do have Pikkarii with us now. As Pikkarii, are you able to hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Alrighty, man. Well, congratulations on making it into the final. I hope that you enjoyed that last series just as much as we did. But going back to your semifinals series, what a contrast between the first game and the last two games we saw. What were the adjustments that you saw yourself make that gave you that success to push your way into this next round?
Yeah, my series was really bad gameplay wise. I think both players make really much mistakes, and first game from me I can't play any offense, and my defense was bad. I think two other games was just bad gameplay from both players, but I think I got it to my pocket with my experience and like being able to score when I got the chance. But yeah, I wasn't really satisfied about that series. Maybe the one of the worst series I ever played ever, at least in this stage.
Wow, those are very deep words there. So, kind of knowing that you weren't happy with that series that you played and getting a bit of a break for about an hour and a half, watching NikkeDangles go up against Artuzio, what do you feel like are the adjustments that you need to make in your game to kind of clean some of those things up to elevate that play?
Yeah, Artuzio versus Nikke was very high level gameplay, like, and Nikke played absolutely incredible offense. So if I want to win this series, I have to play my grade A game.
Yeah, absolutely. We've been talking about it all night, how skilled both of you guys are within the mechanics of the game, just your ability to make plays with the puck on your stick. You and Nikke very familiar with each other on both the 1v1 and the sixes side. What do you feel like it is going to take for you to get that edge over him here in the series?
I think my great defense will carry me to win the series, but it's gonna be hard. My offense need to be good as well.
Well, hey, man, we'll see if you can do it. Pikkarii, thank you again so much for taking a few moments with us yet again. Congratulations on making it into the finals, and best of luck here in this championship bout.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
Alrighty, great stuff there for Pikkarii, and strong criticism of himself, saying that that is the worst series he has ever played at this level. That is, I mean, don't get me wrong, that's a much lower or higher bar, rather, for most people. Pikkarii's worst game at this level was probably my best, but that says a lot. He was very unhappy with how he played there in that series.
I could maybe sense it in the way he was reacting to some of the plays that happened during the games, but I didn't think that was such a strong response by him. But I feel like it is in some ways good also for him to be able to notice the things that he's doing wrong. So maybe he is able to use that to his advantage and be able to step his game up in this final matchup.
Yeah, not only that, but he got about an hour and a half to kind of think things over in his own game. Also got to kind of watch Nikke a little bit and maybe strategize some things. And speaking of Nikke, we'll get to talk to him here as we have him up and ready to go. As Nikke, are you able to hear us?
Yep.
All right, man. Well, first of all, congratulations on what was a crazy semifinals to make it up to this point. I mean, I gotta ask you, man, how are you able to keep the emotions and the composure in check with such a roller coaster of a series against such a good player in Artuzio on the other end?
To be honest, I was kind of pissed, but I just tried to play my game and I won at the end, so.
Hey, you got the job done, and that's what matters at the end of the day. It felt like you were really able to create a lot of offense there throughout that series. I know you said you were a bit upset with how the series ended up going to a certain extent, but you were able to find some success. What do you feel like really gave you that advantage that you can carry over into this final round?
I think it's my offense, to be honest. I just found my place and it worked out at the end, so I'm happy with that.
Yeah, I gotta ask you, just because we heard Pikkarii on the other end, I'm not sure if you were able to listen in, but he said that he wasn't happy with how he played in his first series. How do you feel of how you just played? I know it was a close series as well. It looked like from our perspective that you were able to do a lot of good things, but I want to ask what you thought of your game and whether you feel like there's some improvements that you need to make going up against Pikkarii here.
To be honest, I wasn't happy how I played. I will try to focus more on defense and see how it goes against Pikkarii. I know he has a lot of glitch goals he likes to do, so I need to counter those out.
Absolutely. Nikke, final question for you. I know you kind of mentioned countering out those glitch goals, but you knowing Pikkarii so well, not just on the sixes side, but also on the 1v1 side, you having the experience, being at this stage before, what do you feel like is going to be the biggest factor for you to take home this championship here today?
I think it's the defense. I know Pikkarii and me both can play a great offense, so I think it will be the defense.
Well, hey, we'll see if you can do it, man. Best of luck to you. Thank you again for taking a few moments, and good luck here in this championship matchup.
Thank you.
Alrighty, well, it just goes to show you the level that these two expect out of one another and really out of themselves. You heard Pikkarii say that that was his worst series that he's played at this level, and then NikkeDangles, as great as he looks, saying that he thought he didn't play all that well. So, if they didn't play well then, I would really love to see what is playing well, because they looked great, and yet they still think they have multiple other levels that they can go to.
Yeah, that's actually insane that both players had the exact same thing to say about their own games, and especially they both won their series. So, I mean, usually you should be happy that you won a series, but I guess these guys just find a lot of things that they can improve on, and I guess I would assume it is mostly because of the amount of goals scored against them, why they would be unhappy with the games they played. It felt at some times that it wasn't very controlled, and goals were just being scored left and right. So maybe they want to focus on bringing a little bit more control to the game in this final matchup.
We'll see if they can do it as we are watching it the perspective of Pikkarii. He's going to go back to the Vegas Golden Knights here. He did that in game one. That was the game that he lost against Sniper. NikkeDangles going to stick with Colorado as he did in all three games against Artuzio. So we'd love to get your opinion on that here in a second here, Stopely. Pikkarii going back to Vegas, so it does kind of go to show you he switched with Carolina because of the matchup and how the series and how game one went against Sniper in that semifinals.
That is a very good point and a very interesting choice by Pikkarii, but I mean, I assume he does have Vegas as his go-to team in tournament games at the moment, so in that way it does make sense, but it is still a little bit weird that he won 2 games in a row with the Canes and decides to switch back to the team that he lost the only game that he has so far.
We'll see if that strategy works out for him, as we've seen a couple opportunities on both ends, as NikkeDangles had a shot on, but it was blocked in front. Controls it right now behind the net. Goes down low and reverses it, but it's picked up by Pikkarii. As again, this is the first game of a best of 3, the first to 2 wins. Your ECL Spring 24 1v1 champion as it's across, and they score! Tomas Hurdle puts it in for Pikkarii, and he gets the opening goal of this finals matchup.
Cross crease seems to be the way a lot of goals are scored. That one didn't actually even look like it was open, but somehow Pikkarii is able to find that passing lane across, and Turtle makes it 1-0.
You mentioned it earlier, just the flair for Pikkarii, his ability to make plays with those movements. You saw that spin move was what was able to open him up to make that pass, and as you mentioned, it wasn't really a lot of space to get that puck through, but it found its way over to Hurdle, and Pikkarii strikes first, a 1-0 lead halfway through the first period. As Pikkarii now countering on the opposite end with the puck, he had another cross crease opportunity, but NikkeDangles gets to that one. Now he comes in on the counterattack. Dangles in control of possession. Versus back up to the slot shot, almost blocked in front, but he gets it back. Controlling it behind the net. Tries to go in front, shot on, blocker save made. Another chance, shot from the slot, another save made. So NikkeDangles starting to get things going a little bit offensively, but not able to break past the goaltending here for Pikkarii. Here comes Pikkarii on the other end. Holding it over at the left side, trying to find something, but NikkeDangles taking all of the options away. Nice defense from him as he'll go on the counterattack, but it's turned over in the neutral zone. Here comes Pikkarii on the other end, who will reverse course, didn't like what he saw, will also ask for a line change, and those are the little patient plays that can make the difference between an opportunity and a turnover. As a turnover to error on the forecheck there, Pikkarii tries to pass it over to Stevenson, and he gets it over to him. Now Haig controls it. Pikkarii working it from the left side between Haig and Stevenson. He has Haig now over at the point. Back to Stevenson. Shot from the high slot, blocked in front. And that puck will go out of play with 3:08 to go here in period number 1 of this opening game of the series.
A little deflection play was tried there by Pikkarii. I'm not exactly sure what happened. Was the deflection just not proper and the puck went straight over the glass, or what happened there? But we haven't seen a lot of those throughout today's games. I don't think a single one, actually.
Yeah, as I'd have to agree with you, as the shot from Nathan McKinnon goes wide as NikkeDangles controls it. Shot on again goes wide, and that one will again go out of play. It's really the first time we've seen many pucks go out of play. We see 2 in a row over the last couple of minutes there.
Yeah, I'm not sure. That may have actually hit like the end of the goalie's stick there, I believe, as that goes over the glass. But yeah, a couple of chances and pucks deflected out of play.
NikkeDangles cycling it in the offensive zone. Just 32 seconds remaining in the first period. Works it over at the corner board. Tries to go across in front. Puck loose. Picked up by Pikkarii. Dangerous chance almost there by NikkeDangles. He'll just slap that one away. That will do it for the opening period as Pikkarii holds a 1-0 lead. A goal in the early stages of the first period. He holds serve despite a nice surge of offense from NikkeDangles at the end. A 1-0 scoreline here so far. We get back underway here immediately for period number 2. It's off one in the neutral zone by Pikkarii. He holds on to it and gives it up over to the right side. Pass across. Oh, and it trickles its way in. It's an own goal.
Calculated.
An unfortunate break for NikkeDangles.
Just a calculated play to pass the puck into the pad of the goalie, and somehow, some way, that puck ends up in the net. This is one of those goals that Nick definitely doesn't like in this sort of situation, but I mean, sometimes stuff like that is just gonna happen. And there's another one. Hurdle shoots that from below the goal line. A hat trick for Hurdle, and 2 of those goals not from really great looking scoring chances, to be honest.
Yeah, and you see it just kind of hit off of the skate of Onanen, and it's interesting because, as you mentioned, 2 of the 3 goals looked like they'd be non-dangerous. Odd angle shot attempts, one not even really a shot attempt, but they trickled their way in. And now all of a sudden, Pikkarii in full control, as that one was a good scoring chance, and he puts it home. It's a 4-0 lead for Pikkarii. He wasn't happy with how he played in the semifinals. He's got to be thrilled with how he looks right now.
Offensively, at least, for sure. 4 goals in just over a period played, and that's a great start to this finals matchup. And you gotta ask, what is going on at the moment with Nick, as he hasn't been able to get his offense going as well as Pikkarii has.
Yeah, which is surprising because during the really second half of the first period, it looked like it was all NikkeDangles. You felt like he was just one chance away from tying this game up, and all of a sudden, the tides have completely turned, and it's been all Pikkarii here in this second period. 3 goals in less than 5 minutes in the second period. It went from 1-0 to 4-0 just that quickly, as an offside called as Pikkarii tried to go on the rush in the opposite end.
Nick again with a couple of shot attempts in the offensive zone, and somehow Lehner is able to keep this shutout going. And I feel like Nick just really needs a goal here soon, because if he can't get a goal, that might get a little bit too frustrating, as he takes a slashing penalty in the offensive zone. That is not something you want to see.
Yeah, and you know, Nikke, he's one of those guys that is always so well composed. It's rare that you really see him show too much frustration. I mean, you heard him say that he was, you know, for lack of a better term, he was livid. You know, with how that series went, you didn't really see him show it either in emotion or in play, but you know, in a game like this where you're down by 4, you know what's on the line. You know, you have to wonder if maybe that frustration does start to kind of set itself in a little bit, as these guys, they're great players, they're as composed as ever, but at the end of the day, they are humans with emotion. Does that frustration start to boil over a little bit, especially on plays like that where you think you have a chance and it turns into an offside?
Yeah, it has to be frustrating for Nikke right now, but he just has to somehow be able to regroup, take a deep breath, and just notice that there is still half the game remaining. There is no hurry yet, except if that bounce goes in.
Trickles in.
Then,
It trickles
then maybe
in.
there is a little bit of a hurry.
Yeah, there's definitely a hurry now. I'm down by 5 as Pikkarii gets the fortunate bounce. And, you know, for NikkeDangles, it just feels like whatever can go wrong has gone wrong. And for Pikkarii, whatever could go right has really gone right for him. You know, you could debate about a couple of the goals that have gone in, but at the end of the day, he's earned those opportunities by putting the puck in dangerous areas and earning himself some good zone time. So have the bounces been fortuitous? Yes, but when you create plays like that, what does it matter? Pikkarii is just rolling through NikkeDangles in game 1. It's a 6-0 score, and we're not even at the halfway mark yet of this game.
Yeah, the scoreline is very misleading at the moment, but I mean, I do gotta say, Pikkarii has been creating some great scoring chances, and I mean, 3-4 goals deserved 100%, and a couple of lucky ones, and here we are. It's a 6-0 game. This is gonna be a really tough situation for Nikke to mentally come back from.
Yeah, and I have to agree with you. I think that the scoreline is probably flattering Pikkarii a little bit. He has had some fortunate bounces, most definitely. Some shots that would typically not find their way in the net more than likely. I think you could probably say 3 of his 6 goals were rather questionable, but at the same time, he's doing moves like that and plays like that to earn good goals and good opportunities. As, you know, Pikkarii, again, you might get some bounces, but you have to earn your way to being the fortunate person to get those bounces. He's done that so far. So I think despite some of those goals, he deserves some credit for what he's been able to do to put himself in that position.
Yeah, that is 100% true, but then at the same time, Nikke has also had a couple of chances that look like sure goals to me, but hasn't been able to score. And I mean, just a little bit of extra bounces the other way, and I mean, the score is 6-0. So it is just a game of. Yeah, it's just a game of inches, just a couple of bounces the other way. Maybe this game would have been 4-2 instead of 6-0, but I mean, you gotta live by the moment, and right now the moment is 6-0, and Nikke has to find a way to regroup himself. If not for this game, then at least for next game, as this series isn't even over yet, even if Pikkarii is able to go home with this six goal lead.
Yeah, and you know, in your opinion, Sopoli, as someone that has played competitively at this level, is a breakaway for Pikkarii. Flying poke check save made there by NikkeDangles. Nice play from him. You know, in your opinion, if you're NikkeDangles is kind of taking a step back and looking at this game, looking at the score, do you just kind of take everything that's happened and throw it away and say, the bounces weren't with me, or are there aspects of his game that you feel like he could improve that maybe could make the scoreline a little bit tighter?
I mean, there's always room for improvement, but I feel like for Nikke at this very moment, it is only about what happens in game 2. Or, I mean, there is still 20 minutes on the clock. Let's not forget about that. But if I was in his shoes, I would try my best just forget about this game, like, entirely. Try to focus on getting some momentum going into game 2. Just make some plays. Doesn't really even matter if you score on them. Just get some nice touches with the puck on your stick and hope that translates into game 2.
Yeah, and I think that really is the big thing right now for NikkeDangles, and there's not many players better at being able to keep a steady mentality than he is. He's never too high or too low typically. He's always having fun typically playing the game. You can tell when he is feeling himself. You can see the smiling, you can see kind of the confidence in his game, and that's always a good thing to have. But when he does get down, you don't really see it. Like, you don't really see that level of frustration, the way you see the level of confidence that he shows when he's winning. And that's a good thing to have, because it's not a cockiness or an arrogance. It's just that when he's flying and feeling his own game, you can see that from him. But when he's down, he doesn't let it get to him too much. So he really has mastered that kind of mental, emotional aspect of a game that, to be quite honest, can be mentally taxing sometimes at the competitive level, especially when you're faced with a situation like this.
Yeah, that's actually, like, I would say that's roughly 90% of competitive games is just about the mental side, because everyone is more or less roughly equally talented at this level. Of course, in, for example, group stage play, you can get a huge edge on just pure skill, but in these sort of games, when we are headed into, well, this is a final of an ECL 1v1 tournament, there's not going to be any unskilled players left at this point, so all of that mental capability of not getting too frustrated when you're not doing good, that is just a superpower that most people just don't have. That just separates the best from the rest.
As the scoreline still 6-0 in favor of Pikkarii, just pretty much looking to coast home to a Game 1 victory. He knows what he has to do, and he knows that assuming that he holds on to this, it would take a miracle and a prayer for NikkeDangles to get back into this one, especially as Pikkarii scores a 7th goal. And as you mentioned, I think now for NikkeDangles, you kind of look forward to Game 2. But for Pikkarii, I think it's still important for him to maintain form. You can't get too complacent, because that can carry over into Game 2, that play style. You want to stay at that level of form, and you want to continue the momentum that you've garnered here in this Game 1. Not let it die, and not allow NikkeDangles to get himself back into the series next game.
For sure. And contrary to that, maybe Nikke actually is trying to make Pikkarii lose his focus here in this last period, as it seems like these players are just playing it out. We see a little behind the back attempt there by Pikkarii, and I mean, this is a tough situation for Pikkarii going into the next game as well, because he's gonna have to reset completely. He's no longer winning 7-0 when the next game starts. It's a 0-0 game, and Nikke obviously knows that. He's already getting ready for that match, so Pikkarii really has to be careful not to just keep kind of playing like he is playing right now. Not saying he's not trying, but obviously in these sort of situations the game is already over, so he's trying stuff which is fine, but he has to be careful not to continue that going into the next game.
Yeah, and I think that's another really good point. We talked about how for Nikke it's important for him to just maintain positive spirits and keep his eye on the prize and not let this game get to him too much. How about the reverse side of that? Pikkarii can't let this win get to him too much. I know you're up 7-0, but as you mentioned, kind of trying out different deke moves and this, that, and the other, it can sometimes be easy to lose focus and lose form just off of trying different things, because at the end of the day, you still have to go play NikkeDangles again right after this. So the momentum that you carry through could be very important, and if NikkeDangles comes out with a vengeance and punches you right in the nose, and NikkeDangles comes in, scores 1 or 2 goals, and then all of a sudden Pikkarii doesn't have that same form because it carried over from him just kind of messing around and playing with his foot off of the gas pedal at the end of a blowout game 1. That could be detrimental and could be something that opens the door for Nikke to get back in the series and could potentially change the series and cost Pikkarii a championship.
Yeah, 100%, and I feel like this happens all the time. I've experienced it many times where someone coasts to a 1-0 lead in the series, but after that, like, it is very hard to keep that up going into game 2 if you've just won very convincingly and didn't even have to try at the end. That just, it's not an easy situation to be for either of these players.
Pikkarii closes out game 1, a 7-0 shutout. That's the first shutout actually that we have seen so far in our coverage here today. Pikkarii 1 win away from winning the ECL Spring 24 1v1 title, as he will still have more to play for in our grand finals in the near future. But his job not done yet. Still has to win that 1 extra game, and as we mentioned, kind of had an opportunity to just kind of lay back there at the end of that game. NikkeDangles now gets a fresh sheet of ice, gets a clean slate from game 1 into game 2, an opportunity to really try to take over the series and some of that momentum, taking advantage of maybe Pikkarii being caught napping a little bit after such a dominant game 1 victory. We're going to take a short break, get things set here for game 2. Do not go away. We're going to hear a quick word from our amazing sponsor in Artuzio. A big thank you to them for all of their generous support of our ECL coverage and everything we do here at SportsGamer. We will be right back in just a few moments with puck drop of game number 2.
Minkä päällä lakukastike maistuu parhaalta? Ei voi tietää, ellei kokeile. Kouvolan lakritsi. Minkä päällä lakukastike maistuu parhaalta? Ei voi tietää, ellei kokeile. Kouvolan lakritsi.
Alrighty, we are back and ready to go. Game number 2 of our ECL 24 Spring 1v1 Finals. Pikkarii a dominant 7-0 game 1 victory. He is 1 win away from sealing the deal and clinching the championship. NikkeDangles, a player that always seems to find a response when his back is against the wall. Can he do it again here with a game 2 victory? As I'm interested to see how these two players look here in this game, Stopely. As we mentioned, Pikkarii kind of got to lay back a little bit in the last 30 minutes of that game number 1 due to how long and wide the score margin was, while NikkeDangles, he's going to feel a pressure to really enforce his play style. And you're seeing right now, he is on the attack and he is buzzing in the offensive zone.
Yeah, already one really good opportunity with that quick forehand shot there, which he scored with in the previous round. That time he didn't score, but Nikke going really strong in this first shift of game number 2.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what we probably expected to see from Nikke, knowing what's on the line, and for Pikkarii really not able to get any offensive chances so far, really struggling to get out of the zone as NikkeDangles continuing to work that puck around. Finally turns it over. Nice defensive play there from Pikkarii as he will slow things down and reset. Tries to work that up the zone, but that pass well off, found by NikkeDangles, and you know, again, you can't help but to wonder if the long layoff of not really having to be locked in could potentially be affecting Pikkarii here, because we didn't see any of this in the first game. And now all of a sudden, you know, you kind of get to lay back a little bit and you're not as locked in. You lose some of that momentum and that form that you had because you were able to kind of just mess around. NikkeDangles now looking well informed, knowing what he has on the line, that this is an elimination game for him.
Yeah, this is exactly what is happening, and this is kind of expected, to be honest, in this situation. It's very hard for the winner of a blowout like that in the first game to really be locked into the second game, and it's just if the party that was losing the first game is able to lock into the second one, it's going to be really difficult for the winner for the second game. But Pikkarii has the first goal of the game as Stone somehow is all alone on a breakaway.
Yeah, just a defensive breakdown there for Nikke. A beautiful long stretch saucer pass to get through both defenders. As you mentioned, Stone somehow all alone there, no defenders with him. I don't really know how much you can blame Nikke for that. He's only one person. There's 5 defenders on the ice. You can only control one of them, but 2 defenders get beat and leave Stone all alone. Great job from Pikkarii to recognize that and get that pass off. And beating Nikke on the breakaway, so a 1-0 lead for Pikkarii. That could be exactly what he needed to get things back going in the right direction. And to be clear, that's what we're saying is nothing that is a knock on Pikkarii. It's just naturally hard to be able to lock back in when you just dominated an entire game and really didn't have that same feeling of competitiveness and that same sense of competition that you would have had in a close game when you're blowing your opponent out like that so early on.
Yeah, this is exactly how it works. It's more so if he is able to lock into this game, it's like very impressive in my opinion. And I feel like now in the second shift of the game, or not the second shift anymore, but the later half of this first period, he has started to play a little bit more in a locked-in manner, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, it does, and you kind of feel like Pikkarii almost just weathered the storm there, right? Was able to end off the flurry, the fury of chances from NikkeDangles, that cycle game that he had going early. He got that one opportunity on the breakaway, was able to score on it, and now it feels like Pikkarii has found his stride once again. So just kind of able to manage things until he was able to get that one chance. He took advantage of it, and now he looks right back to where he was about 20 minutes ago, as he's working it in the offensive zone right now. Puck battled over at the corner board and found by NikkeDangles. As for those in Twitch chat, feel free to throw down your predictions for some channel points. So just a few more seconds available on that as the shot from NikkeDangles just goes wide. Had some open space in the net, but could not hit the back of it, as that will do it for period number 1. Pikkarii, just like in game 1, a 1-0 lead, as he really hit his stride there late in that first period.
I'm starting to feel that it's actually unbelievable that Nikke hasn't scored a single goal in this series. It feels like that first period and the first period of the first game, both times Nikke was creating some rather good scoring chances. And again, I'm not sure if that was just straight up missing the net on the last play of that period, but somehow, some way, the shutout of Lehner hasn't been broken a single time in this series.
Yeah, and you know, it's interesting because we were talking about at the beginning of the series the decision from Pikkarii to go back to Vegas after he struggled mightily in that semifinals game 1 against Sniper using Vegas. He lost 5-1, switched to Carolina. It looked like he had figured things out offensively. Went back to Vegas, but so far the team choice has done himself some good. And what's interesting is that Sniper used Colorado in that series as well. So maybe wasn't an issue of the team versus the team, but maybe just a play style thing, and Pikkarii feels comfortable using Vegas against NikkeDangles despite him also having Colorado. Just another wrinkle of one of the many aspects of this series.
Yeah, I would assume it has something to do with the playstyles of the players, where so Nikke is gonna tie this game up. He's gonna find a way to beat Lehner for the first time. It took him, what, 86 minutes of game time to do it, but finally he is able to strike through.
It was off of a sneaky chance there. The forecheck creating that turnover and kind of a shot from a far off angle just beats Lehner on that blocker's side. It looked rather harmless until it didn't, and just like that, NikkeDangles with a little bit of life.
Yeah, he's back within the game, and I mean, it looked for a while that he wasn't gonna be able to beat this Lehner, but somehow, finally he's able to do it, and I mean, it's a tight game. Now the momentum is possibly on Nikke's side, as that one's gonna be saved just barely with the foot by Lehner.
Had a chance to take his first lead of the series right there, but denied by the right toe of Robin Lehner. Pikkarii trying to settle things down a little bit, saw his lead go away, and he's trying to get it back. Turns it over in the offensive zone, but he got it back immediately as NikkeDangles lost it. And NikkeDangles gets it back this time around. That's a close and a glove save by Lehner. Nice play there for NikkeDangles, but a better save there made for Pikkarii.
I feel like this number 9 guy has played goalie before. He's been doing pretty good for Pikkarii so far in this series.
Yeah, we've seen some of the goalies really step up, as you saw him earlier. Shesterkin for Artuzio stepping up and making some big saves. We saw Georgiev for Sniper step up and make some big saves in the earlier games in our first series, and now we're seeing Robin Lehner make a couple of big saves. Even Freddie Anderson has been able to step up for Pikkarii, so goaltending, it does mean something on the 1v1 side. You have to get those saves, and Pikkarii so far has been able to get them, as another one there for Pikkarii as the one-time shot denied by Lehner. NikkeDangles still operating in the offensive zone, working that puck around behind the net. Trying to find some space. Controls it, pass it, cross in front, another shot, 2 shots, 3 shots, puck loose, found by Pikkarii momentarily as full pressure activated. NikkeDangles trying to take advantage. He still has it. Pass in front, shot on, he scores! Sam Girard gives NikkeDangles his first lead of the series, and that full pressure pays dividends, and it gives him his lead.
Shot after shot after shot. It seemed like Lehner was gonna be saving everything, but then finally Nikke is able to drain his energy all the way down and score, but right back the other way, and the game is tied yet again.
And who else but Tomas Hertl yet again? He had a hat trick for Pikkarii in game 1. He steps up in game 2. And that lead for NikkeDangles did not last long. We are now tied at 2. Back and forth affair. Shades of the semifinals, it feels like, for both of these two players. Rules is a constant back and forth. As Pikkarii, Rill's just tuning in. Pikkarii controlling the Vegas Golden Knights. We were looking at his perspective. NikkeDangles controlling the Colorado Avalanche. NikkeDangles trying to find the win, to push this to 3. Pikkarii trying to clinch the Spring 24 1v1 championship, as here comes NikkeDangles on the other end. Great job defensively by Pikkarii to recover. Leads to a rather non-dangerous shot on net, and he'll hold on for a whistle. .238 to play in period number 2. Tied at 2. NikkeDangles controls it. Shot on, save made, another shot, and they score! It's Mikko Rantanen! Beats a sprawling Robin Lehner, and all of a sudden it feels like NikkeDangles has opened up the scoring a little bit here.
Yeah, you don't want that 90 guy to be on low energy. Nikke has just been able to get so many opportunities in a row, just stack them on top of each other, draining the energy of Pikkarii's Lehner in the net, and yet again, it pays off. A shot that wouldn't go in otherwise, he's able to use that energy drain to his advantage.
That's a great point there, Sopoli, because that's something that is new to NHL in this year's game cycle, NHL 24. The first time we've ever really seen the goalies have really any effect in terms of fatigue with how they play. We've never really seen the goalies get fatigued at all. They can kind of just make save after save after save as long as they were able to be in position to make the play. But now, as the offense sustains that pressure, the energy levels of your goalies declines. It decreases his ability to make those big saves. It will cause him to have a slower time getting up. You saw Leonard was sprawling there. He wasn't able to get up in time. He wasn't able to keep up with the play, and it led to that NikkeDangles goal.
Yeah, it's a huge aspect, and it does create a lot more variety, which is, it does make an interesting dynamic to this year's game, where not every goal has to be the exact same. If you're able to create a lot of chances in a row, maybe you're able to score a different way on that low energy goal.
As here we go, we are underway for the third period. It's a breakaway potentially here for Pikkarii. Nice poke check from behind. Great back check there by NikkeDangles to stop that one. Line change for NikkeDangles as he'll have to kind of reset things a little bit in the neutral zone. He gets past the blue line now. Controls with kill McCarr. Goes behind the net, reverses back to the front. Backhand shot saved by Leonard. He'll hold on for the stoppage. And you can see the face cams on both the bottom left and right hand corner of your screen. Both of these guys locked in as ever. They know what is on the line. NikkeDangles trying to push this to a decisive game 3 for the championship. Pikkarii trying to clinch the championship here in this game.
Pikkarii also trying to repeat what he did in ECL 23 spring finals. A year ago he won this tournament, and now he's trying to get a repeat of that.
Indeed, a very good point. Is both of these guys very, very accomplished. NikkeDangles also a champion on the Finnish side, trying to make it throughout the continent of Europe as he gets a goal to double his lead. Massive, a 4-2 lead now as he can smell victory, and Pikkarii on his heels a little bit, back against the wall, down by 2.
Yeah, quick little giveaway in the neutral zone for Pikkarii. NikkeDangles just gets a free 2-on-0 situation, and Pikkarii tries to save it with the manual goalie, but Nikke reads him all the way and is able to just put that into the net.
The sprawling Leonard once again, not able to make anything happen there. As you mentioned, Pikkarii, his championship win in the 23 spring 1v1 season. He only went to 3 games one time throughout that top 16 playoffs. That was against Sisu in the quarterfinals. He went on to beat Artuzio in the semifinals 2-0, and Juvi in the finals 2-0. So it just kind of goes to show you that he's been in this situation before, and he's gonna have to potentially be there again as another goal for NikkeDangles, this time on the wraparound. You can see the frustration for Pikkarii over on the bottom left corner of your screen.
Yeah, that fast wraparound, not so much of a thing in NHL 24, but when you get that speed, and I mean, it definitely helps if you have Nathan McKinnon in that situation. You're able to wrap it around really fast, and maybe Leonard just isn't the fastest goalie and isn't able to cover that post, and Nick uses that to his advantage.
Yeah, and remember, Vegas, they do have multiple goalies on the roster that are playable. You have Robin Leonard, you have Aiden Hill, you have Logan Thompson, so there's multiple goalies that, you know, you could go with if you are Pikkarii, but at the same time, you could argue that without Leonard, game 1 is a lot closer than what it is, and NikkeDangles, instead of having 5 goals, has 7 or 8.
Yeah. Maybe it would be better. Vegas would be even better if you were allowed to play multiple goalies at once. Because, I mean, it's just wasted potential to have like 85 overalls scratched in your lineup. But yeah, just an interesting thing that they have 3 really playable goalies, actually.
Yeah, so maybe something to look out for game number 3, assuming that NikkeDangles does seal the deal in this one. He's 4 minutes and 30 seconds away from doing so, but we've seen multiple 3-goal leads vanquished throughout this broadcast today. It's going to take a lot for Pikkarii to do it this time, however, with just 3.5 minutes to play. They had a couple chances there, but none find the back of the net. NikkeDangles now with possession, 3 minutes left now, and it's looking more and more like we're going to have a Game 3. Every single one of our series so far have gone to Game 3, and it's only fitting that the finals look on their way to a third decisive game as well. NikkeDangles controls it behind the net, looking to keep his momentum going. Less than 1 minute to play. Brings it around the boards over the opposite side. Now reverses it back to the point. Now to Rantanen. High slot, moves in, couldn't find anything. Nice defense played there by Pikkarii. But NikkeDangles gets it back. NikkeDangles behind the net. Bumped off of that puck and it's turned over. And here comes Pikkarii on the other end. 36 seconds left. Turned over, and it feels like that's been the story for Pikkarii ever since we were tied at 2. He just has not been able to create a lot of offense, and NikkeDangles has controlled the possession game. It's really worn down the defense and goaltending, and it's given him a 5-2 lead with just 17 seconds remaining here in regulation. There's a shot on for NikkeDangles, save made by Leonard. He holds it behind the net. Maybe looking for one more goal. 5 seconds left. Puck loose, battled for, picked up by Pikkarii, and that will do it for Game 2. NikkeDangles stays alive, and he pushes this to a win or go home. A win for the title is all it will take. We're going to a Game 3 yet again, and at this point, who else is surprised at what we've seen all broadcast long?
Yeah, all 3 series of the day, all 3 go to Game 3. I mean, that just tells you that all of these guys know how to play this game, and every single one of them has been able to win at least one game, so tells you that there is a lot of competition at the top end of this NHL 24 ECL competitions, and I mean, the finals really, they do deserve a Game 3, right?
It's only right. It's only right. It's only fitting. It makes too much sense, especially when you have 2 players of this caliber matching up against one another. Pikkarii, a dominant game, 1 victory, 7-0, but NikkeDangles coordinates the response, a 5-2 victory in game number 2 to push this to an all-decisive Game 3. We will crown a champion in our next game. We're going to take a short break, hear a quick word from Kovan on Artuzio, and then we will be ready for Game 3. Who will be the champion in the Spring 24 1v1 season? We will find out in just a matter of minutes.
Minkä päällä lakukastike maistuu parhaalta? Ei voi tietää, ellei kokeile. Kouvolan lakritsi. Minkä päällä lakukastike maistuu parhaalta? Ei voi tietää, ellei kokeile. Kouvolan lakritsi.
Alrighty, we are ready to go. The championship will be decided right here. No more games after this. No more talk. Just 60 minutes of one-on-one between two of the best players in all of Europe. Pikkarii on the side of the Vegas Golden Knights. NikkeDangles on the side of the Colorado Avalanche. Who will be crowned the ECL Spring 24 1v1 champ? We will find out right now. As the face-off tied up and won by NikkeDangles. And so hopefully, if you are Pikkarii, what do you look to do here to adjust from what you had there in that game two? Not a bad game, but certainly not to the same level that we saw him in that game one victory.
Not a horrible game at all, but I feel like Pikkarii did a little bit fall into the trap of after the game one, feeling a little bit too comfortable, but now he doesn't feel comfortable. He feels like scoring a goal. That's about the 15th time he scored with Tomas Hertl today, and he does it once again.
Yeah, who else but Tomas Hertl, as you mentioned? It feels like it's always him. All roads have led to Hertl in terms of goal scoring for Pikkarii. He gets the opening goal of the game. 1-0, just a little bit over 2 minutes in. 2 minutes and 22 seconds into this game. Pikkarii finds the back of the net first. He may not be done. Drives in. Looked like a pass attempt and goes off the boards. And now for NikkeDangles, it's important for him to make sure to stay in the moment. It's tough to allow that goal in an elimination game so early. As a couple of chances for Pikkarii. He's having an almost identical start to what we saw from NikkeDangles in game two.
Yeah, both times very electric starts, and NikkeDangles ties up the game with his first shot, I believe.
It was his first shot. It's Cale Makar, the cover boy himself, puts it in. That is Lehner still in net, so Robin Lehner, who did right by Pikkarii for the most part, still in between the pipes, but nevertheless, we're back in the tie score, 1-1. This is about what we expected here between these two.
Also gotta give huge credit for the secondary assist for the goalie of the Avs on that second goal. Annunen actually got an assist on it.
Yeah, very true, and that means something. You can't get the goal without the save being made, so very, very true. Good job pointing that one out, because that one completely slipped by me there. Nice job there for Annunen. Sure, NikkeDangles is not complaining one bit. He's tied this game up at 1 apiece, and he's rushing in the offensive end to try to take his first lead of the game. He controls it with Cale Makar. Goes back to Nichushkin, over to Walker. Back in front, but nobody there to pick that one up. It went past a couple of his players, and now here comes Pikkarii on the other end. He finds something, but he didn't have the pass available, and NikkeDangles forces the turnover. Rantanen bumped off of the puck over by the boards. Here comes Pikkarii on the counterattack. Moving with Barbashev. Moving to Marchessault. That's someone we haven't really seen him use too much. Jonathan Marchessault, one of the more highly overall rated players on this Vegas team. Haven't seen him use him much. Haven't seen him use Mark Stone much either. That was a good shot on net. Save was made by Annunen. NikkeDangles moves this up past the blue line. O'Connor controls at the point, gives it up over to Johnson. NikkeDangles trying to cycle it around. It feels like the opportunities have slowed down just a touch ever since that game-tying goal from NikkeDangles. Trying to change that here as the pass across, picked off, and here's a potential 2-on-1, chopped away, but getting to it first was NikkeDangles. A nice attempt there from Pikkarii on a crafty move, but just wasn't able to get to that puck first. It's the final moment for you to get your predictions in chat. You want to try to win some channel points. If you feel confident about who you think is going to win, go for it. Pretty even so far, 22 compared to 19,000 channel points. The odds being in the slight favor of NikkeDangles. He has the puck right now. The shot on, blocked in front. Another chance. This one saved by Robin Leonard. There's an injury on the ice. It actually blocks the puck. As I'm not sure who that...
That was actually saved by Pikkarii himself. He took the manual goalie for just a brief moment for that far side snipe of NikkeDangles. May have been the decisive measure to take there, as those far side snipes do go in on the AI goalies quite a bit.
Yeah, great there to point that out. And you mentioned that we've seen both players do that a couple of times throughout this playoff run, where they will use that manual goalie if they know there's the opportunity for that potential easy look that the computer goalie might be more susceptible to allowing. We heard NikkeDangles talk about it in his interview earlier, that those quote-unquote glitch goals, those easy opportunities are the ones he's going to be looking out for. So we've seen him go for the user goalie. This time Pikkarii does it for himself. That'll do it for the first period. A 1-1 draw. Both men take a quick sip of water and collect themselves before they get things back underway for period 2. A pretty even contest through the first 20 minutes so far. Sopley, I gotta ask, what have you seen so far?
1-1. There's been only 5 shots in this game, but I gotta feel like there's a little bit of nervousness in some of their decision making, but here's Eichel, doesn't miss that from that beautiful cross ice pass.
Their beautiful cross ice pass, and Pikkarii retakes this lead 2-1 as these two fighting for 300 euros added on to the amount that they have already earned for their work in this tournament. Both will also be in the grand finals in the near future. It's a shot on there by NikkeDangles. May have been saved just a little bit, but it went wide. Turned over in the offensive zone by NikkeDangles, and here comes Pikkarii on the other end. There's a good chance, good shot, better save by Annunen. There's another shot on, another save made by Annunen. Another chance, another save, this time flashing the glove. Pikkarii denied 3 straight times, and NikkeDangles just barely holding on to that 1-goal deficit.
Yeah, if Leonard was really good to start game 2 for Pikkarii, now Annunen is doing the exact same in Nikke's net. And here's the full pressure though. Annunen flopping around in the net, but that one's not gonna go.
And Pikkarii doing what we saw NikkeDangles do in game 2, applying the pressure and softening up the goaltender in Annunen, who has denied him time after time after time so far in this period. Pikkarii has it back in the offensive zone, trying to work his way to a high danger chance. He controls it behind the net, works his way back over to the left boards, looking for a pass, and goes down low to Carlson. William Carlson doesn't have anything as Pikkarii loses that puck, and NikkeDangles will slow it down with Valerian Nichushkin, but he turns it over. Nice poke check there by Pikkarii with Mark Stone. That forecheck coming into play. First time we've really seen it from Pikkarii so far in this series. But he has that ability. Unable to do anything with it this time, as here comes NikkeDangles on the other end with McKinnon. Shot on, easy scoop save by Leonard, and he'll go ahead and play this out. Here comes Pikkarii on the other end. Has Barbashev at the right boards. He controls it with him. Now at the right corner. Gives it down low to Marchessault, but he couldn't hold on to that puck, and it finds its way to Roy. Roy loses it. Now here comes NikkeDangles on the other side. Past the blue line. Looking for a play. Shot on, blocked in front. Nice defensive play there by Pikkarii. NikkeDangles controls it with McKinnon. Halfway through this game, a 2-1 lead for Pikkarii. The winner, your champion in the ECL 24 Spring 1v1 tournament. It's a shot on from McKinnon, gloved by Leonard. And Pikkarii not going to take any chances. He'll just hold on for the stoppage and a defensive zone face-off coming up. .26 to go. As again, as mentioned in chat, the top 4 from both the winter and spring seasons will face off in the grand finals where even more Euros will be on the line. As NikkeDangles and Pikkarii both in that group, but they are wanting more. Trying to secure the championship. It was Eki that won the championship in the winter season. As he, Sisu, Tempinen, and Ekin are the four on the winter side of things. They'll meet in that grand finals. While it'll be our four semifinalists today that will see them on the spring side of the bracket. Is NikkeDangles starting to cook a little bit in the offensive zone, but not able to find that tying goal just yet. 3 minutes to go here in the second period. NikkeDangles still in possession. Moving it past the blue line with Devontae's. Circles it around the opposite end of the corner boards. Behind the net, bumped off. Nice defense there from Pikkarii, and here comes Pikkarii on the other end trying the counterattack. He's slowed down by the defense of NikkeDangles. It'll force a reset. Pikkarii will change lines, and just 40 seconds remain as he now breaks it in past the blue line. Pikkarii takes it in, shot on, another shot, and they score! It's Chandler Stevenson on the rebound. 3-1 in favor of Pikkarii, a massive goal in the late stages of period 2.
Huge chances the other way for Nikke, cannot bury it, and back the other way he comes. Pikkarii is able to shoot that far side shot. Could have gone in directly, doesn't go. But the rebound is there, and Stevenson gives him 2-goal lead, which is huge going into this third period.
Absolutely massive, as Pikkarii with a 2-goal advantage heading into the final period of regulation. And we actually have a quick update on the ECL 6v6 side of things. On the Pro Division end, Mustakulta and Fallon Coal Miners were playing the remainder of their series. It went to 7, it went to overtime, and Fallon Coal Miners win in overtime to clinch their spot in the finals. They will now await the winner of the other Pro Division series, as we have a chance here potentially for NikkeDangles, and he scores on it with Nathan McKinnon.
That's a time when you want to score. Right at the start of the period, you've just allowed the 2-goal lead for your opponent. Come down the ice with McKinnon. You don't miss that far side top corner, and you're back within 1.
As we just talked about a series deciding overtime, NikkeDangles trying to do a little bit of what the Fallon Coal Miners did in their Game 7. As I mentioned, they clinched their spot in the ECL Pro Division Finals. They'll meet with either Almost Famous or Reitik. That series is currently at 2-2, so congratulations to the Fallon Coal Miners on the 6v6 side. But more pressing matters at hand, as NikkeDangles cut the lead in half with over 15 minutes remaining here in the final frame of regulation. NikkeDangles has it now, moves it in the offensive zone and goes behind the net. It's turned over, nice poke check there from Pikkarii, who gets it out of the zone and starts to operate now with the counterattack. Spin move, finds a pass to Petrangelo, pass across almost, tried to backhand it instead. Nothing there. Here comes NikkeDangles opposite end, pass across, nice defensive play once again. That cross crease getting figured out by both players now rather. Pikkarii in the zone, goes down low. Controls with Mark Stone, works his way to the slot, shot on, save made by Onanen. Puck loosed in front, found, and played out by NikkeDangles. Risky play, but he wants to be aggressive. Moves it up with McKinnon with speed, pass across, can't find the shot on. Still has possession, holds it, gives it to Landeskog. Tries to cut to the slot, couldn't get the shot on net as that puck will go all the way to the neutral zone, and NikkeDangles will reset and change lines. Halfway through the third period, NikkeDangles with a chance, breaks past the defense, goes behind the net, reverses back in front, shot on, save made there by Leonard. Pikkarii takes over possession with 9.5 to play. As we apologize for a little bit of the lagging, as it looks like we got that cleaned up. As the puck battled for behind the net, found by Eichel. Pikkarii spins, turns, slows it down, knows that he has that 1-goal lead, no need to get out of hand with a bad mistake. just holding on to possession. NikkeDangles starting to apply pressure. Pikkarii moving it around in the offensive zone. He controls it with Shea Theodore and gives it up to White Cloud at the right point. Controls it still at the point, circling around and goes back to Eichel at the left side. Moving in. Pikkarii just wasting that time, controlling the possession. This is how he won Game 3 against Sniper in the semifinals. Hold on to it forever. That was a breakaway for NikkeDangles. Oh, what a save! The manual save from Pikkarii denies NikkeDangles of the tying goal.
Wow, what an unbelievable save. In what situation? With under 5 minutes remaining in the finals and the Game 3.
Could that be a trophy-winning play for Pikkarii? Still 3 minutes to go, however. Pikkarii controlling the zone. NikkeDangles gonna have to ramp up the aggression here to force a turnover. Pikkarii gonna be plenty content with controlling the puck. He does force a turnover as NikkeDangles will get a line change, get some fresh bodies on the ice. Don't be surprised if you see a timeout called here if we get a stoppage. He moves it up with McKinnon in the offensive zone. NikkeDangles behind the net, looking, loses the puck. Poke check from behind by McNabb. Pikkarii gets a line change and moves it up the ice. 50 seconds to play. The trophy right in front of Pikkarii. Can he seal the deal, or does NikkeDangles have a tying answer in him? Turned over in the offensive zone, down again. Shot, and he scores! Pikkarii doubles his lead! And could that be the one to clinch the title?
That might be the one, Brandon. That might be the one. The repeat of what happened a year ago in the ECL 23 spring finals. It is close. It is very close. 40 seconds away to be exact.
Pikkarii, as you mentioned, did this exact same thing a year ago. He made his way to the finals. He won it all. Took home the trophy, took home the money. But this time he was battle tested a little bit more. Got taken the 3 in the semifinals, was down 1-0 in that series against Sniper. Had to face some adversity here against NikkeDangles in this series. He is now 30 seconds away from clinching his spot in the grand finals and repeating as spring champion. And that one right there should lock the trophy up. And who else but Tomas Hertl to do it?
That is so fitting for this game and this series. It's Tomas Hertl with the decider. And another one of those goals that may have not been the prettiest, but that's gonna clinch the series, and Pikkarii is not gonna be asking how that puck went in. He's only gonna be worried about what happens next, and that is him winning the ECL 24 spring season.
Has a save made by Pikkarii, and that will do it. Your ECL Spring 24 1v1 champion as Pikkarii defeats NikkeDangles in 3 games. A thrilling finals series. And you know, for NikkeDangles, it's gotta be a little bit disappointing. A well-fought series from him. He played well throughout this one. Maybe a break here and a break there, and we're maybe saying this in his name, but it is all about Pikkarii today. Still plenty to play for NikkeDangles, as we'll bring you back into the studio here. As remember, he does still have the grand finals to look forward to in the near future. He also will see Pikkarii again here in just 2 days' time on the 6v6 side. So I get the feeling this is not the last time these two will face each other. But nevertheless, today, all about Pikkarii. He goes back-to-back in the spring season. He wins the ECL 1v1 championship for spring 24 in Sopeli. I mean, your overall thoughts here, well deserved for Pikkarii in a playoff run where he was tested plenty of times.
Yeah, deserved win. Some really close games throughout these finals here tonight, and Pikkarii was just able to edge it out at the end. A convincing win in game 1, losing the second game, and under the threat of a reverse sweep by NikkeDangles, he's able to clutch it out and become the champion once again in the spring season.
You know, Pikkarii, he's just become one of those players to where whenever he does have that opportunity to win the championship, you just feel like he has to be favored, right? I mean, he always seems to step up in these situations. He's gotten to the point now to where he is at that level with the Ekkies, with the Artuzios, with the NikkeDangles of this space. And to do it one season, impressive, but to do it 2 seasons and to now clinch a spot as a champion in the grand finals, very, very impressive, especially considering that, as we mentioned, he did have to face a little bit of adversity down in that semifinal series earlier today. He saw NikkeDangles give off a valiant effort to come back and take this to a Game 3 in the finals, but again, whenever Pikkarii was tested, whenever things got tight, he just always found a way to find a response. That is what the best do. That is what champions do. Pikkarii, now a 2-time ECL 1v1 champion. And speaking of the man of the hour, it looks like we have him with us right now as Pikkarii. First and foremost, congratulations, my friend. Just tell us what you are feeling right now, clinching yet another ECL 1v1 title.
Yeah, feels pretty good. I have to say this day was a roller coaster. I think the first series was very bad, and I don't know what happened there. I saw Nikke's level when he played against Artuzio. I think, can I even win this guy today if I play like I play in the first matchup? But I stepped it up. First game was one of the cleanest wins I've ever do. If you allow 0 goals against NikkeDangles, that's pretty good. So the first game was good. Second game was pretty tight, and the second one it could have been the either way too. But yeah, feels nice to win this trophy.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, you mentioned just how up and down this whole day has been for you. You started out down in the series earlier. You said you felt like that was the worst series that you had played at this level. And then you know you have NikkeDangles on the other side in the finals that you'd have to elevate your game. What do you feel like helped you reach that extra level that you needed to take home the series against such an elite level player on the other side?
Yeah, I just think I have to play like my own game, just not thinking too much and play good defense, and that's was my game plan, and it worked pretty well. But yeah, I don't know. I can't analyze that maybe the final series that much at the moment because I can't even remember what happened all in the series because it just happened like.
Totally fair enough. And, you know, obviously your job not totally done on the 1v1 side. You do still have the grand finals to look forward to here in the near future. How do you feel like being able to not just qualify for that, but to be able to go in as one of the 2 champions can kind of help you in terms of the confidence and the momentum going into that ultimate grand finals here in a few weeks?
Yeah, of course it gives a confidence, but there is still like new games, and the old games doesn't matter anymore in that moment. So, but let's enjoy this and let's watch what we do in grand finals.
Hey, we'll see what you can do. I know you got that 6v6 final of Tunnel Vision upcoming, and you'll see NikkeDangles again on the other side in that final as well. Pikkarii, thank you so much for taking a few moments. Before we let you go, is there anything that you would like to say to close out? Anyone you'd like to shout out or thank or anything of that nature?
No. Shout out SportsGamer, like Kenu, all the stuff, making these tournaments. As always, biggest thanks for players, and yeah, I'm really happy they still keep doing these tournaments, and yeah, shout out SportsGamer.
Well, hey, congratulations once again. Pikkarii, your ECL Spring 24 1v1 champion. We will see you again here in a couple days for the sixes side, and then we'll see you once again for the grand final. Thanks again, Pikkarii. Enjoy it.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
Alrighty, congratulations once again to Pikkarii, and you kind of heard him say it there, Sopely. He didn't even really remember what happened throughout the series. Everything was so crazy and so up and down. You have to remember, the guy played 6 games in about let's see, we started this broadcast 4.5 hours ago. So, and he was the first series. So, pretty understandable is why he could forget that. But you know, he's not forgetting that last game right there, the one that sealed him the championship.
Yeah, that feeling of winning that championship game, that has to stay with you. But yeah, the individual moments of the games, that is not the important part for him to think about right now, which is understandable. So congrats to him, and hopefully he can enjoy this victory he got today.
Yeah, hopefully he can enjoy that sweet victory, and hopefully he'll find something nice to spend that extra 300 euros that he has secured in his bank account. You never know how you might splurge on that, so hopefully he'll find something nice to enjoy. And the trophy hunting not done for Pikkarii or NikkeDangles, as we have alluded to a few times throughout our broadcast. Our ECL Elite Division 6v6 final will be kicking off on Friday night and Saturday. Number 3 Tunnel Vision versus number 1 Valkoinen in Esports, a rematch of last season's final. Valkoinen, the 4-time champions, formerly H-Reds, looking to make it a 5th-time championship and back-to-back. While for Tunnel Vision, the rumors, could this be potentially the last dance for this core? Could they come back? Could they run it back? Is this their last chance of being able to win a championship with this group? We're going to have to find out, as they're going to have to beat that Valkoinen side that beat them last season as the defending champs in order to clinch that ECL Elite Division title. Coverage will be starting at 8 CET, 19 CET for those that go by that time. So make sure you are with us right here at twitch.tv/SportsGamerGG. You can also find coverage on our X at SportsGamerGG and streaming on YouTube at SportsGamerGG. So make sure you are here with Sin and myself for that. Games 1 through 3 on Friday and the remainder of the series on Saturday. Remember, coverage starting off at 19 CEST. So make sure you are here for that. As we will bring it back into the booth. Hopefully, it's been, 4.5 hours later. We saw a lot of great action, plenty of storylines, a champion emerges in Pikkarii. I gotta ask you, man, what are your final thoughts on everything that we saw here today?
I mean, the last time we were commentating on the winter ECL 1v1 finals, and I feel like these finals were just slightly above that, even though those games were good as well, but these were just like some of the best tournament series I've seen in a while. So I mean, gotta say hats off to every single one of you 4 who played today.
Absolutely, as once again, the grand finals, our participants set for that. Representing on the winner's side, it will be Tepidin, Ekin, Sisu, and Eki, who won the championship in the winter season, while representing the spring side, it'll be Artuzio, Easychasniper2, NikkeDangles, and your spring champion, Pikkarii. As so great once again to be back in the booth of you. You are absolutely amazing at this, knowledgeable, fun to be around. Many props to you for someone that has not gotten to step into the seat many times, an absolute natural at it. So thankful to be able to sit in this seat with you once again. And hey, hopefully we get to do so once again here in the future for some more 1v1 action.
Likewise, man, likewise. Thank you.
Alrighty, that will wrap up our coverage here for today. Once again, make sure you tune in on Friday and Saturday for our ECL Elite Division Final, Tunnel Vision versus Valkoinen in Esports. A big thank you to our sponsor, Kovan Locknessy, for their amazing support of everything we do here in the ECL and at SportsGamerGG. A big thank you to everyone at SportsGamerGG that makes it possible, and for Chris Ryan for his amazing work on the production side of things. Congratulations to Pikkarii here, ECL Spring 24 1v1 champion. For myself and Sopali, this is Brandon B. Major Bigsby signing out. Thank you all for tuning in, and we will see you guys right back here on Friday for the ECL Elite Division Finals. Thanks again for watching, and have a great night, everyone.
Minkä päällä lakukastike maistuu parhaalta? Ei voi tietää, ellei kokeile. Kouvolan lakritsi.